Tabos, because today's a Tabo stream. Yeah! How are you doing today? How are we doing today? How are we doing today? I'm tired. I got some exercising done today, and it really wore me out. I still haven't recovered from it. Phew! I didn't even do it for that long. I'm just out of shape. Morning, Rebbi. Did you get some good sleep? Yeah, I think so. Although it's kind of warm right now, so I think I still got some good sleep. But poof, I feel like whenever it gets warmer, I can't sleep as well. Maybe if my house had built-in AC, that'd be better. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, but fun. I'm trying to be consistent. But I found another roadblock in my exercising is that if I stick to my smaller diet and I exercise every day for 10 to 15 minutes, or even if I give myself a break day here and there where I don't exercise but then I continue the next day, I get really physically tired. It's like I can't exercise that much the next day. My body's immediately tired as soon as I start trying. I don't know if maybe I need to change my diet, add more protein or something. Or maybe if I'm just working myself too hard. I don't know if the problem is in the exercise or the diet. But that's kind of frustrating because I want to be consistent. But when it happens, I have to take more days off where I'm not exercising. And I'm like, bah. Yeah, it kind of interrupts everything. I have AC, it just makes me feel like I need the blanket, but then I get too hot later. At least you have AC. I got my AC turned on in here, and it's still it's not very cool in here, you know? People who exercise regularly usually need to eat a bit more. Maybe it's the diet then? Maybe I need to add some chicken in there or something. I don't know. It's a learning process. Yeah, but I'm trying to get back into it now. I took a few days off, now I'm trying to get back into it. Yeah. But Tabos! I'm gonna say Frubbles again. Tabos! Hi. Really depends on what your goals are. You may need to add some extra carbohydrates to balance things out. Maybe. I wish I just knew how much. I don't know. I'm worried that I might start adding too much to my diet then. How much more should I add? Is it just oh, you added banana? Or is it you gotta do measurements or something? You know? Yeah, I'm worried that I might overcompensate. And I don't want to do that. You know, I'll kind of disrupt everything too. Also, it was kind of discussed in my last stream, but I guess is YouTube swapping to using the ads on people's names? That's gonna make me have to relearn who some of you guys are. I should have paid more attention to profile pictures. Oh no! Yes, it's weird. I think most probos have something in their name that tells me something in their at, but then there's some frobbles whose at is entirely different. I'm what if it's a regular frobble but I don't recognize them because the name is different? I would feel so bad. I don't want them to feel sad if I don't recognize them. I noticed YouTube using a full government name. Yeah, they're using the at. And lucky for you, mine stays the same, but it's by design. You can never forget me. I'm happy for all the names that stay the same, yeah. Because, man, this is confusing. I didn't realize they were even gonna, make this change. Well, I guess we'll see if it stays. If there's enough backlash about it, they might revert it. I don't know. I thought it was YouTube messing up, but I guess it was YouTube just changing to it. Well, whatever. What kind of company declares removing display names as a feature? Lunacy. I don't know. That feels weird. I'm happy that my name is just Rebbi Rompin. There's not really any difference. you know? Rebbi Rompin and I guess Cheeto Chompy. I've been feeling so nervous the last few days because now the fundraiser's been publicly announced. And it's it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I mean, some of you guys knew it was happening already because I talked about it in the Discord, and I've talked about it in a couple member streams. But I didn't really talk about it outside those spaces until I was ready to formally announce it. So I kind of kept discussion just like in the Discord or like maybe a little bit in a member stream. But now it's out there. Now it's revealed, and like I kind of expected that it would get like some hype, but it's gotten more hype than I thought it would. It feels kind of weird. It feels weird I'm feeling like the pressure. I just constantly feel a level of pressure now anytime I think about it. Whether that's good or bad, I honestly don't know. It's coming from good and bad sources. Cause there's the pressure of like, I have to raise enough money to make sure that this is like gonna happen. But there's been so much support for it. I feel like that's not really so much a worry anymore. I feel like we're gonna do it. But then there's the pressure of this has reached so many eyes, and I'm not normally someone who makes big waves and has this many eyes on me. I mean, like it's not a bad thing, but like, whew, you know, I'm not used to that. And then there is a bit of the negative pressure too, of like what if people think ill of me for wanting to host this fundraiser when we did Fund Rebbi? You know? Well, that was a concern of mine even before I like announced it. That was a concern of mine before I even reached out to my CEO about the purchase. Because like, yeah, Frobos did help me fund for Rebbi way back when. And like, I thought about that. Like, I know it's a big ask, and like, I don't want to be selfish, you know. I don't like asking Frobos for big amounts of money, you know. I talk about that a lot. I didn't even want you guys to help me fund my Switch 2, which I have, by the way. I bought it yesterday. It's in my room with me right now. But Frobos really wanted to like help me with it. Yeah. Well, actually, if you guys want to know, if I could talk about it a bit more, I was really hesitant to host a fundraiser. Like before I revealed to Frobos that I had been thinking about trying to get in contact with my CEO about the purchase, I was thinking like, how would I get this money? I guess I need to do a fundraiser, but like I don't want to ask my community to help me with that because my community already gives me so much and they helped me fund Rebbi. You know? And so like I don't know how I was gonna get the money. Maybe take out a loan from the bank and just have more debt? I don't know. But when I finally like vented about it, because it was really like depressing me at the time. I had a period where I was really missing her, and like anytime I thought about her, it just made me feel really bittersweet. And I felt like, man, like I had a chance to go for this, and I thought I was making the right decision for myself. But now that I've been away from the stress for so long, I'm thinking about it again. Did I make the right decision? And I felt like so stupid. And like I didn't want to ask about a fundraiser, but when I finally like revealed to you guys, some of the Frobos had the idea. some Frobos were like, fundraise. And I remember, I mean, I know not every Frobos in the Discord, so like, you know, a few Frobos pitching an idea doesn't speak for everybody, but like, I remember I asked like, oh, you guys are okay with it, and it seemed like a positive response, so that made me feel a bit more secure about it, but honestly, I'm still really nervous about it. Phew, I'm still nervous about it. And then I worry, like, well, I can't debut the model immediately. What if people think I scammed them? Even though I've already said that it won't be an immediate debut after, and I'm gonna wait for the new model to be done, even though I've already said that, you know, not everybody reads. So like, what if I get like messages about that later? Or like, what if people just forget about it and they don't show up to the debut later? And then I chose not to get the old model, and Pippa and Ali have both like supported the fundraiser. I don't know if they saw my post talking about my plans. What if they haven't and they want my old model to come back and then it's not, and then I disappoint them both? Yeah. And then I see everybody else who's like sad about it too. And then it's had me second guessing if leaving that model behind, thank you, was the right move. I don't know, because it's not what I want. I know it's not really what I want. I do love the art though. I love looking at Chio's dumb little face. It's just everything below the face. I just wanted her to be like smaller and more petite. Yeah. I've been told it's very rude to ask Japanese artists for like an art style they don't normally do. So I was sitting here thinking like I can't ask, you know. But then I also found out they're not taking commissions right now anyway. So even if even if I could ask, yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted on my rant. It's just really, there's a lot of stress from a lot of different things and a bit bad. And then, thank you for the super. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna read somebody's message. YouTube's Twitter post on the change. Wait, yeah, YouTube's Twitter post on the change got virtually nothing but negative feedback, so hopefully they get the message. I'm confused about that. Do you mean like my basically copy pasted post about it on the YouTube? I saw that some people were confused, but I wouldn't really say it was negative. At least, maybe, unless you're thinking about like maybe people who haven't seen, but I've seen so much support for it. You know. I think it started like until the end of the last stream. So after the stream, I had to go to settings of my channel, edit the video thing. It's so annoying because I cannot. Oh yeah, the username thing. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely gonna do it with all the attention it's getting. I know, yeah, like I feel like there's no question about it now. I mean, I'm still tempering my expectations. So like I feel more confident we're gonna do it, but I'm still keeping that in my head of like there's the chance we won't, and that's okay. I feel like I want to say that like this is important to me, but if we don't fund it, that is okay. If anyone, I want to say this in a public space too. This is just the first chance on stream I've gotten to talk about this. I want to say this in a public space too. I might even make another tweet about it. But if anyone like does not agree with what I'm doing here, you don't feel like you have to done it. You know. I know that like if we don't get Chiro, I'll be fine. I do have Rebbi. I know that this is like, you know, it's technically an optional thing, I guess. So like, if anyone doesn't want to, like, don't feel like you have to. I won't be upset. I won't be mad at all. I totally understand. I was nervous to ask about this because I knew some people might feel like that. So believe me, I understand. And it was not an easy decision for me to make either because like, I also really love Rebbi too. And honestly, after I did have the meeting and got into contact with my CEO, then like I had like a wave of sadness for Rebbi, because I was like, I'm happy that we have the chance now to get Cheetah, but I also really like Rebbi. And like we've put a lot of work into Rebbi. I even had other projects in the works for Rebbi, which some of them we're still gonna do. Some of them I don't want to like put Rebbi on hiatus or anything while we're waiting for Cheeto. I plan to continue being Rebbi until Cheeto is ready, at which point I will like swap most of my activity over to Cheeto. So we have like a couple of things in the works that I still want to get to do, you know. But then like some stuff, it depends on how soon it is. Some stuff it's really soon and it's specific to Rebbi, that's happening. And then some stuff that was like further out, I'm either like repurposing it for Cheeto or like, you know. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense here. I've had so many thoughts in my head the last couple of days. Festo, thank you for Taboo for 4 months. I'm sorry, I have to call you guys by different names now because of YouTube. I'm sorry. Rebbi scamming now. Bank of Frobble before alone. I guess like if Frobbles don't mind. Yeah. You sure think a lot for a frog. I do, and I worry a lot. I know I do. I do. It's just like when it comes to something like this, when it comes to like something big, and especially if you're asking for a lot of money, you have to be like certain in what you're asking for. Because like if people get the sense that you're just asking for money, you know, you just want money, then like it can reflect negatively on you, and some people might be like it might like taint their opinion of you forever. You know how people are. You do one thing wrong in someone's eyes, and then they just shun you forever. So when it comes to doing something like this, especially if money is involved, I am very, very wary of it. And I tried my very best to be very certain. And I did get some comments that were like, this is a really big change in such a short amount of time. Are you sure about this? And I need everybody to understand that while the opportunity to actually get her was very recent and sudden, I have been putting a lot of thought into this for months. I was thinking about it long before I even told any Frobble that I was thinking about it. Like, there was a lot of thought put into this. And to be honest, I don't know if I'll ever feel like 100% certain on what the right thing to do is. Even sometimes I still wonder, am I making the right decision here? Like, I know I want Cheeto and she would make me so happy. And I honestly do think that it might even be better for my career in some ways. And I know a lot of Frobbles miss Cheeto too, so like I know all of those things. But then there's still a small part of me that's like, I'm making the right decision here. You know? But I'm trying to push the uncertainties out of my mind because I put so much thought into this. I can sometimes just be a little easily swayed by public opinion and like worry. But I have thought about this for so long. And like I've thought, what do I want for myself? And I decided that this is what I want. Even if sometimes like a little bit of like second guessing comes in sometimes, I'm stealing myself that this is what I want. Yeah. No, I'm talking about YouTube making a Twitter post about the name changes. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense because I was really confused. We had like 2 different topics going on there and I was really confused. Sorry about that. I'll admit I'll miss Rebbi quite a bit. Gotten pretty fond of her in the Favos, but you probably will never get another chance to get Chio. No, I don't think so. I think I was very lucky to get this chance. And like, I mean, what else am I supposed to do if I reached out to CEO and he responds and he's like, okay, yeah, we can set up a meeting to set this up, and then let's say I said, nah, I changed my mind, and then like 3 months later I'm like, wait, no, I actually did want it. Like, the thing I hate is like that is me in so many ways. That is me for so many things. I try my best to like my feelings change like a lot, and like I try my best to try to think like, what do I want? Like, what do I want? What am I gonna want? And like it was so hard. That's like I made a whole Twitter post about it, about my reasons for like why I'm going for Chio now rather than like when the closure happened. I tried so hard back then to make the right decision because I didn't even know what the right decision to make was, because my position then, I was Chio. I had wanted to start my own little indie space on the side, and that's what Rebbi was. There were some people who thought Rebbi was like a backup plan for the corpo, like an exit plan for the corpo closing, and then I knew about it. No, that is not what Rebbi was. Rebbi was going to be like something I did on the side alongside Chio. My plan was like, oh, you know, I'm working in this agency and things are going great. But I just like, you know, maybe a small indie space on the side where I can like, maybe do some things that I can't do in a corpo, or just to, you know, have a space where I can unwind without all the stresses of the corpo. Referring mostly to just feeling like I could be myself a bit more. You know. I don't have to worry about making a joke that's maybe just a little too unhinged for the corpo that I was in at the time. So I was thinking like, oh, I'll still be here on Chio, but you know, maybe if I wanted to do like one occasional stream here or there as Rebbi, like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was gonna be so casual. It was gonna be like so much a side project. She was never intended to be like, you know, like a backup plan. It's just very unfortunately that I decided to make the little indie thing the day before we were all told that there might be a corpo closure. It was literally the day before. My timing, I was not sure if it was good or bad at the time. I honestly don't know. It complicated things a lot. Like I thought I would make like a good step for myself here, and then immediately after things got complicated, which I feel like that happens to me a lot. Because here I also am trying to take so many steps for Rebbi, only for me to feel later like, wait, I actually think I might want Chio back. I'm just, but like at the time though, we found that out. And then I'm sitting here with like a mountain of stress on me, wondering like, am I gonna lose my job? Like, I've been at this for years, and this is the first time I've ever been a full-time content creator. Am I gonna be okay? What's gonna happen? Like, and I felt so like stressed out. Like it was something out of my control too. It was something out of my control too.
Thank you.
You know. And Zeke, thank you for the $5 super. Would it be possible to have original Chio model as a stretch goal, or do you feel like that's too much to ask? The issue with that is I would need to contact my CEO again and have like a new like contract written up. Because I already have it in my possession. I have the contract in my email right now. I just have to wait to get the money so I can like sign it and everything. But it's already written out. So I would need to contact him and have like the terms changed to include the model. And I don't know what the likelihood of getting back into contact with him is. I think I've already like talked a little bit about this. But like the corporate closure happened because of health issues on the CEO's part. And he kind of completely disappeared after the corporate closed. Like we couldn't get a hold of him. And you know, we had no idea why. I figured maybe he was hospitalized. He probably was. That probably is what it was. Honestly, I don't know. Not my business to know. But like we had no idea if we were gonna hear from him again. So that's like when I started thinking like, man, I want cheer again. I had talked with my manager about it. I was like, I really want cheer again, but like I don't know if I could like get it. And my manager was like, you can try, but like nobody could get a hold of him, you know? So I decided to try, and I got no response for weeks. So that's what I figured, like, yeah, this is what I expected, you know, nobody could get a hold of him. That's what I expected. And then one day randomly, like after weeks of silence, one day randomly, it was after I sent like a follow-up message. So like maybe my follow-up message is what like kind of got his attention. I don't know. But then he got back to me and he was like, oh yeah, we can set that up. And I was just like about to like blow up. Not like in an angry way or anything. I wasn't really sure how to put that into words. But I was like, wow! Oh my god, he's here! I actually have a chance to do that. And that's where I was like, if I don't make a move on this now, we might never be able to. You know? Your follow-up message woke him up from a weeks-long coma! I have released him from his months-long coma. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. We need to keep the old VODs, that old model. Yeah, there's no question about the content. The channel is included in the IP purchase. So like, that will all be mine. I don't have to delete anything. Yeah. But like, sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. I keep like jumping back and forth in the timeline of events. My point was though, like back then when the closure was actively happening, like I had this idea for Rebbi. I even had a design. Ryan did the design the day that I like had the idea. Cause she's like super fast. The day that I had the idea, she did the design. So when I found out about the potential corporate closure, I already had the design for Rebbi too. And that's where it's like, I have the Twitter account, I have my throne, I have the design. And then also I started getting donations on the throne goal. Because I put up the throne goal thinking like, okay, while I'm doing this casually as Rebbi, if some Ponchamps happen to find it and they want to fund it, you know, I was thinking it would get slowly funded over the course of many months if people felt like they wanted to. Totally optional. Totally optional. That's what I was thinking would happen. That's what my plan was. It was totally a side thing. But then when all that, we canceled our streams the day that we found out because it was such a huge blow and people noticed. And that's when people started finding the like PL accounts. Mine wasn't really a PL to Chio since it kind of came after. Or like I guess in the middle of it rather than after. But like, you know, that's what happened. So I started getting donations as well for Rebbi. And then I was kind of like internally panicking because I didn't know what the right move was. Now there's money involved into Rebbi. What if I tell people I actually don't want this model now and they already gave me money? I don't know how to refund it. And I was like, what if, like, I didn't even know if the closure was happening for a while. So I'm just like, like people think that this is my panic exit plan when it wasn't. And like, I can't say anything. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't tell people that I had another account with a throne and to please not like, I I couldn't say anything on, maybe I could have said just maybe stop donating for a bit, but like I couldn't even give a lot of context on like the PL account. You know, cause like everything's very hush hush when you're in an agency. And like I wasn't really allowed to talk about it. So I was kind of sitting here like panicking, like everyone has thoughts in their mind of what's going on, and a lot of it's not accurate, or like a lot of it I don't have answers to yet. And I can't say anything. I can't clarify anything. So there was like so much uncertainty for me at that time, and like I tried really, really hard to think about it. Like, what do I want to do here? Especially when we found out, like, okay, the closure is happening. We will have the option to buy the IP. I would have needed to do a fundraiser back then too, because I have never once had the amount on me out of pocket. I don't think any of us did. To be totally honest. But like, yeah, so, and I was sitting there thinking, like, Rebbi was already funded at that point. And, like, maybe one thing I could have done, maybe, was say as Chio, I don't think I could have said this, though. Because I wasn't allowed to talk about having another account, and I wasn't supposed to talk about having a throne as well. So I don't know if I could say as Chio, like, oh, I had a throne goal on a different account that got funded. I'd like to use that money towards like the donathon. I don't know if that would have been allowed. I don't know. Like there was so many question marks, and I remember like I want to say like Pixel was very, very good to all of us. So when I talk about like my biggest negative experience there, I don't want it to reflect too poorly on the agency. I've been seeing some shade get thrown at Pixel over like the IP purchases and stuff. People can have their feelings, but it does make me a little bit sad, because I do think Pixel was one of the better agencies that treated us pretty well. But when I was there, it was my first experience in a Kerbo, and I remember I felt like a lot of pressure to not make mistakes, not step out of line. I didn't have a lot of guidance on how not to make the mistakes. So I used to also, especially during that time, be terrified of saying something that I shouldn't. I wanted to lead people to the Rebbi accounts in case that's where I ended up being. For a while, we didn't know that we were gonna be allowed to tell people where we were going. So like, for a while I was expecting like a traditional graduation, where like you just can't say anything, and then it's just like, are your fans gonna find you? Who knows? Yeah, like that was kind of a pleasant surprise later. But for a little while, yeah, like I was expecting that, so I was trying to like lead people to my PL as like a just in case, because I don't know what's happening here, and I didn't want to like lose everything I worked for over something out of my control. So like, yeah, I don't know. I know. I really tried my best to make the right decision back then. I think I was too stressed out. I was too stressed out to make, like, I don't want to say educated decision, but like, yeah, I started to just associate everything there with stress, and I remember Rebbi kind of became my safe haven, I guess you could say. There was like a space away from my stress. And I think that's where I really started to feel like, oh, Rebbi is where I want to go, right? Like, okay, yeah, I think I know. I don't want to get the old IP, the Pixel IP. I just want to go with Rebbi. I want to go with my space here that feels safe and happy and warm, away from the stress. And that's how I felt at the time. I felt like I knew in my heart I was making the right decision. Because at that time, that's how I felt. But then I think as months went by, I was away from the stress. I could like detox from it. And that's when my opinion of Chio was no longer associated with it. You know, and then if I like watched an old VOD or like saw some old fan art or like saw the poster that I have in my room because I bought a poster of Chio at Offcat. That's where I was like, yeah, I actually don't really feel negatively about it. It was just a stress. And then that's been me when I started to feel like, man, like, did I make the right decision? I tried so hard to make the right decision, and I feel so bad that my acquisition of Chio has to be in a messier, more roundabout way than the other girls who acquired their IP. They did it at the time of the closure. It was more simple. It was more straightforward. And like, I feel bad that that's not how things went for me, but that's just kind of the timeline we're in now, and I can't really change that. So now I'm left with this, like, okay, do I want her or not? Like, we either go for her or we don't. And you know, and I know some people might think negatively of how I handled it. Honestly, I also think negatively of how I handled it. I wish I could have had more insight into how I would feel. I feel like a lot of my emotions hit me like a raging thunderstorm. So at the time, like, yeah, the stress was immense for me. But it's like, once you take me out of that, that's where I can think clearly. And I kind of don't like that that's the case about me, because I feel like I can only make decisions based on how I feel then. And it's hard for me to, like, look further long term, because it's really overwhelming. But yeah, so hindsight's 2020, as they say. You did the best you could at the time. I know. I almost wish now that I actually was talking about this in a public stream, so people could hear all of this. You know, I'm not taking the amount of money we're raising lightly. I know it's a lot. But yeah, I don't know if getting Chio as a stretch goal would work, because, like, again, it would require an alteration of what I've been given, and then also I think that would be perceived as just me asking for extra money, because, like, I'm not gonna use it, so why spend an extra, like, it's like 4,000? Why raise an extra 4K just for that, you know? You know, like, it would make some of the fans happy, but I'm not gonna use it. I'm like, we're already raising so much here. I'm trying to be smart about what I'm actually going to use, right? You know? Oh, and I guess, well, again, this is another thing. This is a member stream, and not everyone can see this. But I have had some people throwing shade at my CEO for, like, selling me the IP and the model separately. 2 separate payments. And I don't understand where that came from. I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about this. I'll keep it very simple. But, like, everything in, like, the total price, is, like, everything about the IP has its own individual price that, like, adds up to the total of buying everything. So the model was included in that. I just chose not to buy it. And in that case, it's like, oh, okay, well then here's your new price, you know? It's still a lot. It's still a lot of money. But, like, it's not the CEO, like, selling the IP for a ton of money. And then, like, I don't know if people think the 8K is for the IP and then model funds are separate. No. I factored new model funds into the 8K. Like, that's included. So the 8K is not, like, the price of the IP alone. That would be cheaper if I was just getting the IP. But, like, I would need to either buy the old model or get a new one. I can't just buy the IP with no model. I would not be able to use it. You know? I mean, like, I guess I could, but that would be me, like, bringing up Chio assets on Rebbi for, like, no random reason. Without the model. because I don't have one. So like, yeah, new funds are like factored into that. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I don't know. I also wonder if maybe I'm saying too much here. I don't know. I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about. I don't know. But it's not him trying to give me some shady deal to milk more money out of me. Like, yeah. Yeah. I hope that all makes sense. Sorry, like, kind of info dumped on everybody. Yeah, I didn't even know Rebbi was still unfunded. I must have not been around at the time. Yeah, I had like a throne goal for Rebbi. Yeah. She was also a lot cheaper as well. Like, so I'm not like raising the same amount like twice or anything. Not that like it's still a big amount of money. It doesn't diminish that at all. Sometimes I wonder if why I say details, and I realize after, like, I guess that's not really important. Maybe I shouldn't have bothered saying that at all. Thank you for the $2 super. Yeah. But I hope that kind of like answers some questions. Maybe I should have done this as a... I wasn't really expecting to talk about it as much as I did. I was kind of just expecting to talk about, like, just the pressure I'm feeling about the whole thing, and I kind of ended up talking about more. I don't mean to, like, lock all this information behind member streams. I'm sorry about that. But I do a Yap stream, I think, that I scheduled a Yap stream, didn't I? Maybe we could talk about it there. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm worried that I'll like say something and it might like add more fuel to the fire rather than like clear stuff up and like soothe things, you know? You know? You know? Yeah, I think the way you're going about it is the best. You know that you're not gonna use the original model, so you're just fundraising for the IP and the cost of a new model. Yeah, I thought that was the smartest way. And it made things cheaper for us too, because like I went into the call thinking, okay, I'm gonna have to buy the full IP with the model included, and then I'm also gonna have to fund for a new model. It would have been more, it would have been over 10K. But then as I'm on the phone call, I realized like, wait a minute. I don't need the old model if I'm not gonna use it. Can't I just ask about not getting that? And then I did. And he was like, oh yeah, you can do that. And I was like, yeah! So now it's not 10K. 10K plus. It's still a lot of money, but like, if I could bring it down a bit, you know, that's a win for us. So yeah. I am sad though. Like, I like being like a part of a VTuber family with Pippa and Ami. I don't want to erase that. I don't want to take that away. But I also have to be honest about what I want too. Because I did have a lot of, I liked the model a lot. There's a lot of positivity, but then there's also just some of that, like, it's not my entire vision, I guess I would say. And like, that kind of comes with the territory of agencies. You can't get everything you want on the model. It depends on which one you join. I've seen some agencies that allow complete total creation of the model, a ton of input, which is more rare. I think I can only think of like one that I've heard supposedly does that. But take it with a grain of salt though, because I've only ever been in Pixel. I can only really talk about what Pixel did. For me, I had a lot of input on it. So a lot of the design choices on Chio are my decisions, my choices, you know, and I'm very happy about that. But I wasn't able to pick everything. You know, and if it was up to me, I would have gotten a more petite model. But that, you know, what I got is just what I was able to have at the time. And just, yeah, you know, if I could have asked for like a more like petite model from Chidi, I maybe would, but like it's not polite to ask artists to do a style that they don't normally do. Especially with Japanese artists. You know, the Japanese are really, really big on like etiquette and manners. I really don't want to be rude trying to ask for something like that, you know? And additionally, it would be more money. We would need to raise more. And then also, their commissions aren't even open right now. Like, I went and checked, just like looking, like I'm thinking about it a lot, putting a lot of thought into like who I want to get. I checked, they're not even open right now. So even if all those other factors were not a problem, they're not even open right now. So just, it's not something that I can go for. So I'll just have to choose somebody else. And like, I hope that everyone will be happy with it. I know some people are sad I'm not going for the old model. And I'm honestly a little, I have some sadness about it too. I wish that, like, I don't know what I wish for, honestly. I wish that I could feel differently about it, I guess, is how I want to word this. I was like, how do I put my thoughts into words here? You know? I'm sure Pippa would be willing to sing Round Round to you even if you want her sister. Well, I guess the origin of Chio is still their sister, you know? That will never go away. As far as who I'm getting for like the model, I don't want to talk about it too much because it's subject to change. Even if I have somebody in mind right now, there is the possibility that like something could come up, or maybe I'll just decide to go with somebody else. I don't want to like throw names out there too early. But I do have some people in mind. Yeah, she wants Chio to be more small than she actually is, and Chio is already pretty short long. Well, I think when I talk about that, some people mean like model height. And it's true, like the model height that I picked as like the canon height was very small. But I mean proportion wise, because like me and Chio, like I have the same height as Rebbi, the exact same numbers, but if you lined us up next to each other, there's clearly a big difference in who looks younger and who looks older, right? That's what I mean. And like Chio counts as a lolly, but she's so borderline. I never liked how borderline she was. If it was up to me, I would have gotten a little bit more, you know? Maybe not to like the same extent that Rebbi is, right? Like it doesn't have to be that extreme, but just a little bit more is what I would have liked. I remember I even got a Maro as Chio, where I never forgot this Maro, because I was just like, because I was already feeling that way about it, and it just kind of reminded me of how I felt about it. I got this Maro that was like, I have to ask you, Chio, are you a lolly? Because like you act like one, but like you don't really look like one, and like I'm not really sure. I don't think it was said with malice. I think it was genuine confusion. But like I was already feeling. That just made me feel like It kind of just validated what I was feeling, I guess. I'm not the only one who felt that way. They're clearly on something, because clearly she is. I think the thing is, like, when some people get, like, there's like different levels to like a lolly avatar. There's ones that are taller and more borderline. They're like bordering on average like anime character, and then there's ones that are more extreme. And I think I can't speak for that person. So this is just my guess, but I would guess that maybe they're just more used to the more extreme lolly VTubers, where it's the rounder face, really childlike proportions. I know some VTubers that are like that, you know. So maybe they're more used to that. But like, I don't blame anybody for really being confused, because like again, she was borderline. If we're talking specifically proportions, it was borderline. And it's not a bad thing, it's just not what I wanted personally. Like, I've been a VTuber for a long time. I know my personal taste with models and stuff. And that just wasn't what it was. The model was beautiful, the art is great, Chitty was also great to work with. I have so much positive, like, praise for that model. it just wasn't really for me personally what I wanted. This is very confusing to me. What's confusing about it? Am I not explaining it clearly? Is that the problem? I'm trying so hard to be clear. Clearly it's because your head is so much bigger as Rebbi. No, the round head actually does help. The round head actually does help. It's like round head, shorter torso, plump, like slightly, like shorter arms, shorter, more plump arms, shorter, more plump legs. Like, it's all of that. All of that combined makes it like, this is more obviously, you know. At the end of the day, it's up to you, regardless of what anyone else wants. Yeah, and I knew before I made any decisions that if I didn't come back with that model with Chitty as the artist, like, I know some people would be disappointed. Borderline? You're confused on Borderline? I'll say it again, because I mentioned it. It's like bordering on like being like just the average normal proportions and height and stuff, right? There's like different kinds of body types in anime. There's like lolly where they're youthful and petite. There's more like your average like school girl, you know, whatever, like more average, like in the middle, right? In the middle, height and proportion. And then you could go like, then you start to go taller, and then you could have like the mommy avatars, the tall, mature, you know, big boobs, big butt, big proportions. Like, there's different types of body types in anime. So when I say that the design was borderline, I mean like, it was like, it's close enough to youthful and petite lolly that it could maybe count as it, but it's also so like teetering on the edge of just being normal proportions, right? Like average proportions, average heights. She doesn't look that different from some VTubers that maybe some people would say are not lollies, right? And then like, that's the same thing with like anime characters. There are some that people say are lolly, and then there are some that people argue are not. I didn't want one where it's like debatable. I wanted one where it's like, yes, this is for sure, this is a lolly, you know? Maybe I'm dumb. No, you're not dumb. I think not everyone like thinks about this a lot. Not everyone is like into that part of VTubing, so it's not bad or dumb if you don't know. I just hope I'm able to explain it in a way that's understandable. Yeah. Do you plan on having Chio be as bottom heavy as Rebbi? I would like to have a big butt on Chio too. I mean, Chio's outfit is kind of a bit more like less revealing, and less like skin tight. So I don't know if I'll be able to see it as much, but I do want it to be there, you know? If it's not a big butt, then at least there's a big tail back there. You know, yeah. I think people just need more familiarity with different art styles, because I feel like Chio would for sure be lolly in most anime, or at least a good number of them. I think so, but like, again, when it comes to like borderline, it's like some people see it, a lot of people might see it, but then some people don't. And then I've seen people where they talk about like, it's not just about body type to them, it's also about personality. So for them, my like Chio's proportions might be borderline, but then her personality, which is like just my personality, which is very like youthful and child-pilled, then they might see the personality and be like, oh yeah, you know, that's a lolly. But for some people who look at it strictly only with body type and the personality can be whatever, they might look at it and be like, she could pass for it, but also I'm not entirely sure. And there's no bad way of looking at it, because it's all like just different perspectives. But I just know what I want as a creator. I have a very specific vision. And like, not wanting like the old model. It's not me feeling like, I hated this model, it's like bad. Like, no, it was a great model. It was great, and I'm very honored that I got to use it. But I also, like, especially if we're gonna raise all of this money to get the IP back, I want what I use to be something that I'm happy with. I want something. I want what I use to be like, you know, but basically just what I said. Sometimes I repeat what I said twice in differently worded ways. I want it to be something I'm happy with, you know? Especially if I'm moving over. Because I think if I did go for the original model, I'll tell you what would probably happen is I would use it for a while and then save the money to get a new model. Like, it would just happen again later. It's just a matter of when. And I think as well, if I had bought Chio back when the closure was happening, same thing. I would have used the original Chio model for a while, but I would have gotten a new model. Yeah. Well, actually, I remember that was another reason why I didn't go for Chio back then too. I was worried because I knew I wanted a new model. I knew I wanted to be smaller and more petite, and I was scared people would be mad at me for leaving the Chitty family. You know, because they got so many like graduations and stuff. It's such a small little tight-knit family. But it's also not possible for me to get that kind of model from Chitty, you know? I want to respect the artist's style. I don't want to request something that they don't normally do. I want to respect them. So it's just not something that I can get from them. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. And I was scared people would be upset and disappointed in me. So I thought if I go with Rebbi, someone who does not currently have a model, there's no expectations for what she should look like. Because there's, you know, there wasn't one, right? And I do worry some about, like, people might see the new model for Chio and be like, oh, that's too different. That's too different. I'm getting, like, whiplash now looking at it, you know? Because Chio does have a standard for what she looks like. She does have a model already. There is, like, a specific way that she looks. So getting something else, it is going to be different. I guess same thing I said back then when I was moving to Rebbi is it'll be different. I just hope people will be happy with it. I'm gonna try my best to make the best decisions I can for Chio. But yeah, like I can't make everyone happy though. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna make what I feel are the best and smartest decisions, and it'll just come down to personal preference for individual viewers after that. Yeah. I can't wrap my head around Lolly Chio. I don't know what to imagine. Just like smaller proportions. Imagine toddler Chio. Okay, it doesn't have to be that extreme, but that's like the only way I know to get the mental image in your head of just more petite. You know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm reading through. Yeah, there was a trend. Choo-choo. Will Chio be Rebbi's sister? Again, I don't want to talk too much about like artists because it is subject to change. I have some people in mind. I've even had people that I've spoken to already. But I want to be like certain of what I'm going for, so I don't want to like give out specific artist names in case that like changes. You know? You know? The only real difference between the original and the new model would be not having to wait for the new model, but I don't think the extra cost would be worth it. Yeah, yeah, and again, like, it would be something I'm not super happy with. I think, like, the only way, I need everybody, I don't want to say I need everybody to understand, because it makes it sound really serious, but just, like, being small, babby, petite is very important to me. So if I'm using a model where I feel like that's not the case, like, I just won't be the happiest that I can be with that. And I feel bad, because I feel like my personal taste and the old Chitty model, they're just not compatible. That's how I feel. It's a great model, but we're just not very compatible. So I'm hoping that most people will like the new model. I'm hoping that, you know, maybe I'll even still be considered part of the fam. But just, you know, whatever happens, that's just how it happens. People will have their feelings. I can't tell anyone how to feel whatever way they want to about it. Yeah. Pretty much it. I will love and support you, would follow you to the ends of the earth regardless of where you end up. I'm Miss Rebbi, but I'm also super excited for the future. Yeah! And like, I still want to use Rebbi too sometimes. I meant lore sister rather than art sibling. Oh, I don't know. I've put a little bit of thought into like lore, but I honestly don't know what I'm doing with that because like, one, I'm not the biggest lore person. I do think there's a good chance for some lore here, and I am open to that. But also, getting a new lore video would also cost more money. So yeah, there's that. I guess it would kind of depend on just how much extra we raise. Because I do have some stretch goals in mind. Like I'd like to also be able to get a 3D model for Cheeto. I'd like to continue pursuing animation as Cheeto. Although I don't need a 3D model, and that's why it's a stretch goal. I did consider for a while if I should include that in the base goal, but then I just thought like, no, it's optional. It's optional. We don't need that. All we need is the IP and funds for the new model. That's all we need because I get. With the IP, I get all the old assets. I don't need new assets. If I get enough money, then maybe I might commission some new assets, but I'd also have to think like, okay, like what do I feel like should be updated, right? I don't think everything needs to be updated. A lot of Cheeto's assets were really good. And I might keep a lot of them. Or all of them. I just kind of, you know, some of this I haven't really thought too much about yet. Because all of this happened very suddenly, and I tackled the most important things first, like getting the advertisement graphics done, figuring out what the schedule for the stream event would be, you know, like how I would organize stretch goals and stuff. I'm not doing a donathon in the traditional sense, and I also had to figure that out. Do I want to do like a donathon, or do I want to handle the fundraiser differently? I talked with my manager about it, and they recommended more like just a traditional just fundraiser rather than a donathon, because donathons don't have the best reputation due to some people not always following up on rewards and goals. Very unfortunate side effect. And donathons also, like, you usually need like a ton of donation goals. I'm not good at coming up with donation goals, and there's a lot of obligation there. So I'm doing it more like a traditional fundraiser where like the IP and the model is like the main reward. But I do want to include some extra rewards as well. So I have thought up some rewards that you guys might be interested in for reaching certain goals. You know, I hope that everyone will be happy. That's another thing I've been worried about. Cause I think a lot of people are expecting like a donathon, cause that's what VTubers usually do, and I'm handling mine a little bit differently. But I do have some stuff that I will be like showing off, and you know, some awards and stuff. You know. Yeah, and even if it's not like explicitly shown as a reward, I might also do some extra stuff later as a thank you. I'm not very good with like promising to do things. The last time I had like a raise this amount and I'll give you this thing, which happened in ancient times. That was right around like the prep took a while, and it took so long that it kind of bled into the we might be closing period, and it was so hard for me to focus on getting that reward out after that point because of the stress. The stress was really immense. It was hard for me to even get myself to focus on it. Because I'm a lot better with focusing on things if I find them interesting. If it's something I feel really passionate about. And it was very hard to feel passionate about most things during that time relating to Cheeto. So like I had to really force myself to make the reward at that point because of how bad the stress was. And I was worried about that. Like if I plan and promise a bunch of stuff here when I know I'm moving back over, like what if I feel that same way again? I don't know if I will or if I won't. I don't know. And like again, I don't, it's hard for me to predict how I'll feel in the future. So I felt like this was the best way to go about it, is I have some stuff I can very easily do as promised goals and rewards and stuff. And then I could also do some extra stuff, maybe after as like a bigger thank you. Without like putting extra obligation on it, right? Because I think that's the easiest way for me personally to like get it done. If that makes sense. I don't know. It probably just might sound like, oh, Rebbi just doesn't want to do a lot of stuff, but that's not the case. I know how I can get with stuff like that, and I'm trying to find the best workaround to it, to where I can show as much of a thank you as I can without feeling like I don't know. I feel like my feelings have a mind of their own sometimes, or like a lot of the time. It's not easy for me to control it, so I'm trying to like predict it and work around it. So that way, you know. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. In the lore, will the flowers just be stolen back from Rebbi and we made his park jumps again? I have no idea what any lore would be. I have no answers for you. Any lore related questions, I do not have an answer. That's not really my priority right now. Because again, I would need the money to make a new lore video anyway. And like that's also not a priority, because my priority is just IP new model, that's it. Any extra money would be like fantastic, but we don't need it. So like, I'm not gonna focus on having like a big expansive lore video until I at the very least have the means to make it happen. In which case I might sit down and be like, okay, yeah, like what are my ideas here? But like, you know, but also I don't even know, even if I did get the money for a lore video, I don't know if I would necessarily spend it on that, because like, you don't really need lore. You don't really need a fancy lore video. It's kind of optional. And I know some people already feel weird about me trying to like raise the money for Cheeto at all. I knew some people would. So like, going for something else that's like, it feels like so optional, you don't need it, it's like, that's like a maybe. That's like a maybe. I'm not gonna say it won't happen, but I'm not gonna say it will happen. I really don't know. Yeah. My personal headcanon for the change back to Cheeto is that you did your vote and you're about to revert back to normal. Like a Digimon! Yeah! Yeah! Well, we have to transfer and start new memberships for Cheeto when they might be back. I hope my question isn't too bothering to ask. No, it's not. You can ask whatever questions you want. I might not always have answers for every question. But yeah. Unfortunately, that is the case. There's no way for me to transfer memberships from one channel to another. I feel bad about that. Well, I mean, you guys can choose to like keep your memberships on this channel if you want. Although I will say I want to be active still as Rebbi when I can, but it's also hard for me to plan for like how much exactly that will be. There might even be times where I don't do anything as Rebbi for long periods. I don't know. Because it's hard for me to predict how I'll be feeling and what the workload will be like and how much I'll be doing. So like, ideally I'd like to still use Rebbi, but I can't promise how active that'll be. And I do know that if you're not active for a long enough period of time, YouTube will be like, they'll just take you off the partner program because you're not being active. That's like one of the things you have to do. So you could keep your membership here, but there is the chance that it would disappear. Potentially. Yeah, I wish we could transfer memberships over to the new channel. And I feel so bad that this is like a thing, 'cause I know Frabos are very proud about their membership badges and stuff. But it's just very unfortunate, you know. Maybe it could be used for VR stuff since you got a model. That is true. We could still have like VR streams as Rebbi. Rebbi can still be used for 3D since Cheeto doesn't have a model. That is true. That is very true. That is a strict rule. Not really. They're pretty lenient about it. Like, you have to be literally inactive for several months for them to like kick you off. It's not like you're inactive for 2 weeks and then suddenly the status of your monetization on the channel is threatened. That's not how it is. That's not how it is. You literally has to be like several months. And like, I don't plan to be that inactive on Rebbi, but like, I also don't know for sure what it's gonna look like, you know? Like, I have ideas of what I think I want and what I might be able to do, but I'm not entirely sure how that's going to look in the future. So that's all I can do is be honest about it. I don't want to like promise anything and then have that be changed later. I can only say what I think it'll be now, but just like anything like that is subject to change, you know? Yeah. The normal Rebbi Cheer shares stink particles. What does that mean? What does that even mean? No! Although in my head canon, Chio always was stinkier than Rebbi because the socks and the shoes always made me think of stinky feet. Rebbi goes in the water a lot, and Rebbi is like a water creature. Chio is not. I always thought Chio would be stinkier. I actually did think like I thought about making Chio like a water dinosaur because I do like being a water creature. That's something I'm a little sad about leaving behind. I really like being a water creature. But I didn't want to mess with the color scheme of Chio. I know a lot of people really like the color scheme, and I really like the color scheme. It's fantastic. I don't want to mess with the color scheme, so I decided not to do that. I did think about it for a little bit though. While getting monetization can be a bit of a pain, once you have it, they're pretty lax. Yeah, well the thing is, I think most people don't have that hard of a time. I don't know what the percentage is between people who do and don't. As Rebbi, we had a hell of a time getting monetization, but as Chio, it was super easy. I don't know what to expect with getting it again as Chio. I hope it won't be a problem. I hope we don't have to deal with like the Rebbi problem all over again with monetization. Cause currently Chio's not monetized right now. I don't think that channel is part of the YouTube partner program right now, just because it's been inactive for a while. You know, and everything. Yeah. Please note I'm joking, but membership on both channels. Now you get twice the money. I guess if rebels want to do that, but don't feel obligated. Don't feel obligated to give me any money at all for anything. Like, not even just like the fundraiser, but like super chats or like literally anything. It's all optional. It's all if you guys want to. Yeah. Lizards are notorious for being stinky. Are they really? I know they can be. Yeah, open up like a reptile tank and be like, whoa. And before 6 months of no monetization. I pray that's not the case, but who knows? Who knows? I guess we'll have to find out. I'm hoping it'll be nice and easy. Especially because the Chio channel has been monetized before. Maybe they'll look at that and be like, okay, we'll go a little easier on you because you've had it, you know. And Chio is also a much older channel. Rebbi was a very new channel. Rebbi was a brand new channel. You know, when we started applying for monetization. So I'm hoping that Chio's channel being older will also help. You know, because I'm going back to that old channel. I don't want to start a new channel. I did get some questions about that. Like, oh, would you make a new channel for Rebbi? Would you rebrand the Rebbi one? Wait, did I say new channel for Rebbi? New channel for Chio, sorry. Would you make a new channel for Chio? Would you rebrand the Rebbi one? That kind of made me wonder if some people forgot that Chio has a channel already. Or maybe that's someone who only found me, like, as Rebbi and just never found me as Chio. I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah, I wanted to ask, will we have 2 memberships for Chio for member streams there and here? I don't want to send too much money. No, that's okay. Wait, let me make sure I understand your question first though. Have to have memberships for Chio and member streams there and here. If I'm gonna be totally honest, I probably would not do member streams as Rebbi anymore.
Give Rebbi my money, got it. Understood.
Well, it is certainly appreciated, thank you. And Andrew, thank you for being a child put for 2 months. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm thinking, like, I could put more thought into this. This is honestly not really something I like considered until now. Actually, I don't think I need to put thought into it. Because based on what I already said, I think this makes sense. is that members content would be moved over to Chill rather than Rebbi. Like for example, most of the streams that we do for members content are the thumbnail making streams. Which has to mean we should get to making the thumbnails here pretty soon. But like, I'm not gonna be like making a lot of thumbnails as Rebbi, because inactivity is gonna be a lot more sparse. Yeah, getting IP wouldn't necessarily include getting the channel. Maybe that's the confusion. Maybe, but it does include the channel. I think it normally includes the channel. I can't think of... I'm sure it could be different. Like, you could have any terms in a contract. So I guess you could have it be separate. But I think in the VTuber sphere, every time the IP has been like sold, the channel is included. Unless people just chose not to buy the channel. I don't know. I don't know how it is for other agencies. I can only speak on like what it was for me. But yeah. I think membership stuff would be moved over to Cheeto. Yeah. Because that's where I'm gonna be the most active. That's where it makes sense to have them. But even if I did do members content as Rebbi still, you don't have to have 2 memberships. Even if you like you know, maybe you'd want to see member streams, like all the member streams and stuff. But like, you can do whatever you want with your money. You don't have to have 2 memberships, even if I do members content on both, which I don't think I will. But like, hypothetically, if I did, you don't have to do anything. It's entirely up to you. I don't have any expectations for the money Frabos give me. You know, I don't even like asking for money. Even if I try to do it in a joking, cheeky way, it always feels tacky to me, you know? I'm choking on air. But maybe if I had a way to do it in a very obviously, like you could literally not interpret this in any other way other than a joke way of doing it, then maybe then, but like... I'm choking on air. Wow! I have my wallet ready to throw many coins at your forehead come Saturday. Yeah! But speaking of, we should probably get the thumbnail started. Somebody asked me on Twitter, like, where's the waiting room with like a thinking emoji? And I'm sitting there like, are you thinking I'm like scamming people, or are you just like, genuinely asking where it is? I don't know. I don't know. But I was like, yeah, I gotta get the waiting room up. Yeah. We got so many eyes on it, on the event. We got so many people who aren't normally in the community who have their eyes on it. It's kind of crazy, you know? Yeah, good to know. I hope they continue supporting in the future. Hopefully won't have to spend too much for another membership. If you feel like at any point it's too much, you don't have to get the membership. I always try to keep like Frabos, or I guess I should say members' money in mind when I set the prices for memberships. But like, again, like if anything at any point is too much for you, you do not have to donate and stuff. You don't have to give anything. It's best that you take care of yourself first. And then if you want to donate and you have extra at that point, then you can do whatever you want. But if you're worried about money, then I would just recommend not donating. And not getting memberships and stuff. Just make sure you take care of yourself, okay? Okay, we have a few thumbnails to make this week. I'm trying to take it a little easier this week. Well, especially because the fundraiser is gonna be a 10-hour stream. So I made sure to take the day before and after off. I do have stuff I'm doing the days before and after, so they're not fully rest days, but doing the best that I can. So we have... Oh, I thought my Yap stream was on Wednesday for some reason. It's tomorrow. Okay, we have a Yap stream tomorrow. Which I might take that opportunity to speak more publicly and openly about the fundraiser. I don't want it to look like all the information about this and how I feel is just locked behind memberships. So I might take the opportunity to talk about it. We'll see. Then we have another Thief Sim stream on Thursday, and then we're doing the fundraiser on Saturday. So we have 3 thumbnails to make. And I have no idea what I'm doing for any of them. Ugh. But you know, another thing I don't like, one thing I don't like about having to make the swap is like, now I gotta plan like, what content do I want to be on the Chio channel? Like, I want my content to be where I'm going to be. But that's gonna be a few months out. So now I gotta strategically plan, what games do I want to have? Actually, I already felt kind of bad because we just played through Majora's Mask. And I remember I talked about how, well, if I knew the closure was gonna happen, I would have waited to play Ocarina of Time on the Chio channel. And I remember I was waiting to see if I could hear back from my CEO before starting Majora's Mask, but then I didn't hear back, so I started Majora's Mask. Now I feel the exact same way. If I knew I was gonna get an answer back, I would have waited to start Majora's Mask. Why does this keep happening to me? I try to make the smartest decision I can. I try to like, okay, I'll make an educated decision here to go ahead and play this game because it doesn't look like anything's gonna happen to my agency, and it doesn't look like I'm gonna get an answer back from the CEO. Okay, I'll go ahead and play it. Cursed both times. Play it again as Geo. I could. I even thought about maybe playing the 3DS version that I hate. As Chia. We get to see the difference, and it's at least something different, and I can also hate on it and rage at it. But I don't know, we just played it. So, like, playing it again a few months later, you know, yeah. Your situation is a little unusual. I'm not sure if there are other VTubers who graduated to another persona, then months later got the opportunity to purchase the old one back. If I can be totally honest, I have seen indie VTubers undergraduate and go back to their, like, personas. Personally, I have never seen an agency talent do that. So, like, maybe there's an example, and I'm just not thinking of them. Maybe I don't know them. But as far as I am currently aware, I might be the first agency talent to fully graduate their IP and then months later revive it. Is there another agency talent that's done that? Because I don't want to claim that I'm the first for sure if there maybe is somebody else. I don't want to take that from them. You know. I think the only ones I've seen are with VTubers. I know Nova has her IP, but she also went into VTubers with her IP. I don't know about the other girls. Was there anyone from VRev who fully graduated and then got their IP back later and went back to it? I'm not sure. Let me look up VRev. Show me all their talents. Okay. I know this person's not active. Oh, what about Rana Iana? She do that? Rana Iana? Maybe she's the first. Let me look. Luckily this page is like sorting them by inactive and active. And I saw Rana Iana not that long ago. Okay, hang on. I believe I've seen her recently. Okay, wait, no. I'm not the first. Rana Iana has done that. Okay, I was sitting here thinking I'm making VTuber history here. I knew there had to be someone I wasn't thinking of. Yeah. I'm not the first case, but it's definitely not a very common thing to happen. Yeah, she reappeared in possession of her IP after graduating. Yeah, she returned to streaming with her character. Okay. Yeah. Also, super crush! The giving champion before her months. You met with a terrible fate, haven't you? There's no terrible and worse fate than having the same thing happen to me twice on 2 different channels. Footy kinda did. I think so. I think in Footy's case, she was like in a battle to get the IP the entire time. I guess it depends on how specific you get. Because in my case, and as far as I know, Rana's case, it was 100% full graduation with no intention of ever getting the IP again. And then getting it later. I don't know. Sasaki Sakura's graduated and come back before. That's somebody I don't know. Yeah, okay. Not the first, but it's not been done a lot. It's usually not very... It's usually not a very, like, common thing. Yeah, it's rare, You're the second, I think? Nah, at least third. There's another person here. Footy never graduated. She didn't do a graduation stream. I could be wrong. I have not really spoken to the VTubers girls a lot, especially after going indie. So like I don't mean to speak for them. I could be wrong here. But I think Footy's might have been like a forced, unannounced, like laying you off sort of situation. That's how it looks to me. I could be wrong. So take that with a grain of salt. But that's how it looks to me. Yeah. I'm not the first, but it's not been done a lot. But it was like kind of suspended or something, she said. Yeah, maybe not laid off, but just kind of kept in limbo for a while. As per Footy's words, she was just suspended and then they ghosted her, so not the case. Okay, I'm gonna say in that case then, that Footy is not an example of what we're talking about, because in that case, I think that's a more specific case. I think that case is unique in its own way. Where it's like she did return to streaming on a different IP, but not because she graduated, but just because of the way that the management was being at the time? Question mark? That's what it looks like to me here. And then yeah, it kind of just depends on like how specific you're getting about the situation. But like when it comes to what I said, fully graduated and then come back. Yeah, Footy wouldn't really apply then. So Rana, maybe Sasaki Sakura. Let me look up that person because I'm Sasaki Sakura. Oh, I've seen her before. Okay, I do sort of know this talent. Yeah. She got her IP back. That'll be so nice. Let me see. I'm looking for where's the graduation date and where did she get it? Wait a minute. Eh? I don't unless this page just hasn't been updated in a while, I don't see any date of graduation. Oh wait, here, it says it at the very top. She is the only member of Nijisanji to have retired and later resume her activities as a Nijisanji member. Oh, that's interesting. No, her case is also different than she's still in the agency. Her case is also different then. Because it's not, she didn't actually acquire the IP then, like Nijisanji would still own it. So I think Rana is the only one, at least that we have found here today, that has done that. Yeah. Sasaki Sakura's graduated and come back before. Yeah, but I was talking about like us acquiring the IP as well. Like a full graduation, but then you get the IP back. If you revive back into the agency, then it might depend on like the agency, like if it's an adopt or not. But if it's not an adopt, then like I don't think there's any IP acquirement there. Yeah. Yeah, it's just good. They can be in Chapel for 4 whole months. Just happy we had you almost constantly. Yeah. Yeah, no, when Pixel was still like going, but I knew that I was gonna be Rebbi, I tried to like push production as much as I could to minimize the time where I would be inactive between like accounts. And that's also what I'm going to be doing here as well. When we have the fundraiser, if we get the funds, then I plan to, I'll talk about this during the fundraiser as well. But I plan to immediately, well, first take a good long look at the contract. Actually, I haven't looked at it yet, so I need to read it through first, take a good long look at it. I'm assuming, you know, like, I was told it's very similar to, like, the contract I signed for, like, leaving, Pixel. So, it might be really similar and I might not have to look at it too much, but I'll take a look. I'm going to, if everything looks okay, gonna sign it, gonna pay, then I'll have the rights. I'm going to immediately contact my chosen artist and, get them, like, going, get the models going, like, at ASAP. As soon as I can, I want to get production going. So that way, we minimize the time where I have to figure out what games I'm playing as Rebbi. But then also it makes the transition pretty good. There are some more things that we're doing as Rebbi. There's some stuff that was planned for Rebbi, like, long before I knew that I would have the chance to get the IP. Those things, the more soon things are going to continue as planned. Some things further out might be like replanned, repurposed to Cheeto, depending on what it is. But we do have a couple of events that are coming up for Rebbi. So like, we're gonna continue with that. We're gonna have like a final few months with Rebbi, however long it takes to get the model. Yeah. Does Fuyo's case count? She graduated and soft retired until November. Fuyo's case is also very unique. Because Brave had offered them a unique offer with the IP. Well, I don't know the specifics, and I don't want to say too much in case I say something I'm not supposed to. But I believe she got the IP when she chose to leave, so she didn't really graduate and then later acquire it. She kind of acquired it and then also graduated it. But I think also, yeah, it's not really a later acquirement of it. Yeah. No Rebbi, huh? What's no Rebbi, huh? It's basically co-owned since she still has to share her income. Yeah, it's a very unique situation. Yeah. They're close but not quite the same. Yeah. The IP with 1 year revenue share. Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember how much of that was public info and I didn't want to like talk about it too much. Okay, if that's public info, then maybe I'm okay. Cool. Yeah, and like, I don't know for sure, but I honestly wonder if that's why she graduated, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for her. I don't know. But like, I don't know, because I'm very, very specific with like the situation. Well, I'm like, oh, am I the first person who does this? I mean, very specifically, someone has a traditional graduation, just fully graduated from their agency, and then later able to acquire the IP after a full graduation. With the events being in that specific order. It looks like Rana has done that, but I don't know if anyone else has. Yeah. I think she said how much, I'm not sure if it's public, I don't know. Personally, I'd prefer not to talk too much about other talents, with their situations, because I don't want to accidentally say something that I'm not supposed to say. So, yeah, it's been a while since any discussion, since then, and I don't remember details. So yeah, just in case, just be careful. I was just saying, like, I love this model so much. It's just so cute, and like the wording you used, on the same saying goodbye to Rebbi, it's like pretty scary there. I mean, I feel sad about it too. But like, even if I say it's like saying goodbye to Rebbi, it's not really, because again, I'm still gonna be active. Like even if I like use that choice of words, it doesn't change like the plans that I have laid out. Yeah, although there might be times where I'm not like super active as Rebbi. I don't know, it's just the way that it kind of has to be though. If I want to go for Chio, I technically could keep my activities as Rebbi, like going full force. And use Chio on the side. That was an idea that I had actually, and at first that was what I was thinking I would do. But then I realized like, well, if we're gonna raise all this money, then like I think it would be weird to raise all this money and not move the majority of the activities to Chio. Like, I feel like at that point I might as well just not get her. So it kind of came down to like, get her and move over to her, or just don't get her at all. And I think if I had asked you guys what you thought about it, I feel like Frobbles would have been very encouraging for me to do what I wanted to do, because you guys always are. And I think that would have meant just going to Chio. I thought long and hard about this. It's still a tough decision to make, because I also love Rebbi a lot. But I think I'm making the best decision here. I think I am. Yeah, I'm just happy you can keep streaming and doing your thing regardless of whatever form you end up taking. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate like all the support. I know I say it a lot, but like it really means a lot to me that people have been like so supportive of not just this decision, but just in general, you know. Oh yeah, I was looking at my art tag. Doko got this like Skyward Sword art for me to use when I play Skyward Sword. But now I might be moving back to Chio. If I had a time machine, I would just go back and tell myself, this is how you're going to feel about this. Go with Chio. It's not even just that. The 3D model was also a gift from Doko. And like, I feel so sad for the things that I'm not gonna be using now. Just slap Chio's face on Rebbi's back. I don't know if I can do that. I don't like altering fan art. Also that would look weird. Personally, I think yes, you can do it on both, just like Rebbi less often. Well, I mean, yeah, that's my plan. That's what the plan is. Because I cannot put the same energy into both. Sometimes I burn myself out just trying to put a lot of energy into one. I definitely cannot do both. So, like, yeah, that's basically what my plan is. Yeah. technically, if you're on schedule when it comes to this, you can always make a playlist on Cheeto. Nah, it's because I have free reign to do whatever I want here. That's why it pains me so much that I played one of the Zelda games on a channel that I'm not going to be going to. And I'm having the same thing with other stuff. Like I had a cover in the works for Rebbi, and I already bought the art. Now I have to decide, like, do I want to commission new art and put it on the Cheeto channel, or do I want to just keep it on Rebbi because I already bought the art? Like, there's so much here. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have planned better. But I honestly had given up all hope of getting Cheeto. Honestly, I might just slap a photo of my face as this thumbnail because it's a Yap stream. Just put like a giant photo of my face in there. Maybe not that one. Like I'm staring into your soul. Maybe not that one either. I don't like that one either. That one looks too surprised. Okay, this one might work. Or maybe I could even just like keep it like this. Oh yeah, I still haven't added the Babu to the Google Drive. Well, I guess like, is it even worth it? It's even worth it now. Rebbi was supposed to originally be the side character, so it's understandable if you want to move to that. Yeah, hey, my nose is really itchy for some reason. But that's kind of how I feel about it. Like, Rebbi's just kind of going back to what she was originally going to be. And like, at first I kind of wondered, like, does that make Rebbi a waste then? A waste of money, a waste of time, a waste of people's feelings and dedication. And maybe some people might feel that way. Oh man, my YouTube chat just died. Reload that. Okay, there we go. But somebody, when I was talking with one of my friends about it, they made a point to me that I kind of have been keeping in my head now. Yeah, this is good enough for a Yap thumbnail. It doesn't need to be super complicated, it's yapping. They made a point to me that kind of stuck with me. Is like, Rebbi gave me a space to learn how to be myself. Rebbi gave me a space where I could just be totally free. No expectations. No nothing. I feel like if I had stayed with Cheeto, I wonder how much of those expectations for how to act would have stuck with me. Not because they were being imposed on me anymore, but just because I know that's what fans were used to. That's honestly another concern of mine. Like a smaller one, but still one that I've thought about. Is like, if I go back to Cheeto, like I've grown as a person since then. And I've grown as a creator since then. So what if I go back? What if there are Pogtoms there who did not follow me to Rebbi and they start watching me again and I'm like different now? What if they don't like it? Man, I'm worried about a lot of stuff. Yeah, I found you as Rebbi, but your voice is what made me a fan, so I'm sure I like you as Cheeto. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I thought about that too. Like, some Frabbles only found me with this identity, and they don't know anything else. Actually, can I say that when I did that, like, poll, not an official poll, it wasn't like a poll, but I made a post in my Discord asking for people to react with frog or dinosaur for, like, whichever persona they wanted to see as the main one. I was fully expecting Cheeto to win that because I spent months It's been months of me seeing people talking about how like they miss Chio. Oh, the Chio design was so good. I really miss it. Some people even like Chio better than Rebbi, which is like totally fair. But I've spent like months seeing this. I just like that in different places. So I thought for sure Chio would like win that in a landslide. I was actually very surprised to see Rebbi came out as like the top. It actually confused me a bit. But I do know that some troubles only found me as Rebbi, so of course that would be the preference over going to something else. Yeah. Yeah. Are you winning some? Maybe. And the next we're doing Thief Sim. Thief Sim. I have no idea what to do for Thief Sim thumbnails now. I don't know. Let me drink some water. It's getting kind of hard to talk. I used up a lot of my yap energy just yapping. Yeah, I didn't know. I just hope people are understanding of the situation. Because I have seen some people be like, why now after 5 months? Which I know I also explained that. Like, why? I try my best to put my feelings there as to like, why it's only happening after 5 months. But I know some people might still be like, well, I don't like it. You know, like, they'll be like, you explain yourself, but I don't like it. And that's fair. Like, you know, nobody has to agree with it. Like, again, if I myself could have done it differently, I would have. Because I also don't like having to ask for more money. But I also just, I don't know. I don't want to say goodbye to the IP forever. Just because this is a situation we're in. It's very unfortunate, but that's just how it is. And we have to make that decision if we want to try or not. And I would rather try and not get Chio, or try and get Chio. However, I'd rather try than like never try. You know. Yeah. I found you as Rebbi, but have since watched a lot of Chio as well. You shine through both characters. Thank you. thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I knew when he was Chio, to be totally honest. I still prefer Rebbi. To me, the voice really matches with the model a lot. Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying about, like, proportion and stuff. I do feel like my voice matches a very petite character, and Chio is just not as petite. I mean, I do think my voice also fits Chio, but also, my voice fits petite. And there's just that difference, you know? Yeah. It's hard for me to lock in right now because I just want to yap about the fundraiser situation. Okay. Thief Simulator 2. Press kit. Oh, it's doing that thing again where it's not pulling up. Oh, okay, no, here it is. I found it. The page that I need. It's like buried under some links, but it actually did show up this time. Okay. Let's see. Which one do we want to use here? Maybe. I like the ones that don't have UI in them for the game. I don't like when there's UI in it. I could crop it out, but it's, it's more work. Okay. Thief Simulator 2. Okay, there we go. I also like using new backgrounds if I can, rather than reusing. Can we make Chio smaller? Yeah, Chio can very easily be made smaller. I thought I'll just go with an artist that does more lolly models. Actually, I find it kind of interesting that you're not the only one that's asked that. I find it interesting how often I'm getting that question. I don't know, maybe it feels, I don't want to say it feels obvious to me because I don't want anyone to feel bad for asking. There's nothing wrong with asking. I'm just surprised at how often the question has popped up. Just go with a different artist, it'll look different. you own it, you can edit it. Do you mean like the model? Nah. You can't just edit it even if you own it. Because there's like artist etiquette and stuff. So like, if I owned the Chio model, like let's say I get the PSD with all the layers and stuff. Sorry, I have to break immersion here on VTuber models. Let's say I get the PSD with all the layers and stuff. If I wanted to, I could go into the layers and I could go to like the face, for example. I could widen it and make it rounder. I could go into the torso. I could squash it. You know? I could make the legs smaller. I could. Would that maybe put me on bad terms with the artist though for doing that without consent? Probably. Also, it might not look very good because I'm squashing art that already exists. You know, like it's not gonna look as good if you squash it versus redrawing it with those proportions. And if I make it look bad, it also reflects poorly on the artist because it reflects their work. So people might look at Chitty, like let's say I do it with the Chitty model, this is an example. People might look at Chitty and be like, okay, what models have they done? Okay, this one looks good, this one looks good. But there's something really off about this one. Why does it look like that? Something about the quality and proportions. And then they might not have as high of an opinion of the artist as they would have had. And it's not even Chitty's fault, because it would have been me who squashed everything. But people probably, like, they're not gonna know that just by looking. All they're gonna see is that, like, this is what the model looks like, and this is who did it. You know, this is who drew it. And then it's also just like out of respect to the artist. Even if you take the negative consequences aside, it's also just out of respect for the artist. I don't like altering work that somebody else did. Even for like fan art and stuff. If somebody gives me explicit permission, then maybe I might. But if I don't have explicit permission, then I just don't alter it. You know? Yeah. Yeah, is Chio's artist Papa? I don't know how the naming works while still around. Even like the model artists, they're just on hiatus right now. They're not taking new commissions right now. But yeah, for VTuber terms, Mama is usually referred to for like the artist who does like the model, right? The model art. And then Papa is usually used for the rigger, the person who does the rig and makes the model move. Yeah. Some people will do like, oh, I have two Papas. If it's like a dude who does both. Some people will still use Mama, even if the artist who did the model is a guy. It's used interchangeably a little bit depending on who you're talking to, but generally Mama refers to the artist and Papa refers to the rigger. Yeah. Like the rigger on my model is also a girl, but I still call her dad. Because I use the words as they're used. Yeah. I'm always saying Mama and Papa. Yeah, that's like the standard. Like most people use it that way. I have seen people say two mamas or two papas or whatever. But it's not as common. I can maybe count on one hand how many times I've seen that. Yeah, always confusing for when VTubers also have real life parents that we know about. I think VTubers usually, like, you can either pick it up on context if they're talking about their model, or if they're talking about a life story. Context clues are always very important. Sorry, I have my folder open because I was gonna like pull up this photo that I got for the thumbnail. And I still haven't done that because I'm yapping again. There is this one. It's not as cool and nice as some of the others, but I have not used it yet and there's no UI in it, so there's that. Let me put on my glove here. What's the turn if both are done by the same person? You could just say they're your mama and papa. That's what I would do. They'll say, oh, this person is both my mama and my papa. They did the art and the rig. I kind of like the the idea of like zooming in a lot. Maybe we could do like a bright light effect, because the avatar, the character, has like the bright light shining on them. So maybe I could like replicate a bright light effect if I put my PNG over here to kind of look like we're both in the light. I've been enjoying doing that. I'm like working alongside the player character. Although this is also like he's so far away though in it, so me zooming in, this doesn't look very good. It's getting like grainy and pixelated because I'm zooming in a lot, so maybe that's not the way to do it. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe instead I'll just have him be in the background, like the way that the photo is normally. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. A little bit more. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. How much different will the old cheer design be from the new cheer? I'm excited either way. The proportions will be the most big change. I don't want to spoil it too much, especially because this is a member stream where a lot of Frobbles and people, maybe they aren't even Frobbles, but they're just excited about the fundraiser. I don't want to give away too much in a space where only paid memberships are. But the proportions will be the biggest change. Because I really also like the way Chia looks otherwise, so I don't want to change too much. You know? You know? You know? You know? Okay, so we got this here. Oh, something I might do to make it look a bit more dynamic. Let's enlarge it just a little bit. We can just kind of tilt it, make it look a bit like an action shot. As long as I don't zoom in too much, it's not a problem. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. I like that. I'm imagining Chia with Rebbi body. Yeah, pretty much. Just imagine that. It might be hard to imagine if you haven't seen it before, but like, just yeah, if you can imagine that, that's basically what I'm envisioning. Because like, I don't want to change what people love about Chia. I know a lot of people like her color scheme or like her outfit, stuff like that. I don't want to change too much. I really just want to change the proportions, which like, that is a pretty big change. It's not like a little change, so I hope people will still like it and stuff. But I do want to keep some of that familiarity, so I have not altered it too much. I have added some details that I wanted Chia to have that I was not able to get. So there will be like some small new stuff, but they are small details. Yeah. I kind of want to take another new photo. Oh, no, not that one. The gun. Okay, I'll take a new photo where it'll look like I'm like looking up at the guy. You know. I don't know what kind of face to do for it though. I'll keep it in case I want to use that one. Yeah, okay. That's too smart. Too smart. Maybe we could do that. That one works. Then chibi, chill. No, not chibi. Lolly. Those two words mean two different things, and I need the world to know. Yeah. Actually, there's this ad for this game that I get sometimes, and I got so pissed at it the other day. I don't remember what game it is. It's some of those like, it's one of those kinds of ads where like they clearly like sponsored somebody to play the game and they're using the stream footage as like the ad. Have you guys seen any ads like that where they use like stream footage from someone's stream to advertise their game? It was one of those. And the lady in it said like, oh, this character, it's so chibi, and I looked at it and I'm like, that's a lolly, it's not a chibi. Learn what words mean, you bitch. chibi is a coward's lolly. Nah, I wouldn't say that necessarily. Like, I respect chibi, it's just different. It's just different. It's just something else, you know? That'd be like calling me a mommy. Do it, right now. Tell me I'm a mommy. I'm a mommy VTuber. With huge badonkas. Right now. Oh, I don't see anyone saying that. Oh, gosh, I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because I'm not a mommy. Because that word means something. Yeah, okay, well, Cujo just said it. But now you guys are saying it after I made my point. I made my point before anyone said it. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, Tia but more lolly is more like it. Yeah, no, that's what I've been describing it as. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're not my mom. Yeah. As for Chio having a gun, I'm not entirely sure. I like the idea, but the thing is, like with Rebbi being like a water-based character, the water gun makes sense. There are VTubers. I wish I could ask some of these VTubers that I know who have guns. Like I know Sleepy, for example, has a gun on her model, and I wish I could ask about it because YouTube does not like guns. Maybe if you just avoid using it in the thumbnail, but that would mean I can never use that toggle on a thumbnail if I had a more realistic looking gun. YouTube does not care at all if it's my little water gun. I've never gotten any sort of trouble with YouTube with a water gun, but if it's a more realistic looking gun, then I just worry about that. Yeah, there was one time as Chio I uploaded like a Lethal Company short, and the thumbnail was a turret. I thought that made a good thumbnail, because the whole thing was about getting shot by a turret. You know, like Lethal Company turret. But because the thumbnail had a gun in it, YouTube limited the reach of that short. I had to take it down and re-upload it to change the thumbnail too. Apparently you can't just easily change thumbnails for shorts. You have to re-upload it, which I found out that day. So I had to do that to change it. And it's like it wasn't even a real gun. You know. I remember you bought Chibi Chio. Are you gonna be able to use it, or does that count as the old Chibi model? But tell you guys a secret. I never told my CEO that I bought that. It's not part of the IP. Don't tell him. Shh. I will be able to use it. I would need to get it rigged. It's not rigged. Although it will not match the new design entirely because I am changing some details. Maybe I could find the artist and contact them and explain the situation and ask if they could add a couple things to it, because they're not big things. Maybe I could do that, but I really don't know. I don't know if I could. Yeah. But yeah, no, technically, that model is mine. I'm still not allowed to use it though, because it is Chio's design, and the design is not mine. See, that's where all this stuff becomes kind of weird and blurry. But Pixelink did not pay for that model. I did. I paid for it out of pocket. So the design is technically owned by Pixelink, but the model is not. So once I get the design back, I have free reign to use that model. And I don't have to. I'm glad it's not part of the IP though, because I already paid for it. That was $200. Which I also would not have paid for if I knew the closure was going to happen. Not me deciding to take big strides for my content and get a new model only for that. Why does this always happen to me? It always happens! You guys don't know how often this happens to me! Not the desk banging. I was banging my chair, technically. My armrest on my chair. But yeah. It's so tiring. There was even a time where that happened before Pixelink. Because I remember the only other fundraiser that I have ever done. This is my first fundraiser in a long time. The only other fundraiser I ever did, I wanted to break into 3D as my PL before Cheetah. So I did a fundraiser to raise money. And we did raise the money. Only for me to find out very soon after that I was getting interviews with Pixel. So I was like, okay, let me wait to commission this model and let me go ahead and see if this goes anywhere. And it ended up going well. And at that point I was stuck with like, well, what do I do now? Because I raised like, I think I raised like $3,000? Which 3D models are not even that much. I don't know why I raised that much. Oh, no, was it 1,000? I don't remember. I feel like it was 3,000, but actually, no, I feel like it was closer to 1,000. Yeah. It was closer to 1,000. I had somebody lined up already. I think it was like $1,000. And it left me in the most awkward position because I was like, I won't be able to use this model if I go into Pixeling. But I also don't want to say no to an agency. Like, that would be like a huge step up for my career. And it was. I was like a total nobody before then. It was really awkward because I didn't know how to refund the money to people. I don't know if there's even a way to do that. I don't know. But yeah. I remember I ended up asking the community at the time, like, what, this money came from you guys. I couldn't really tell them that I got into an agency. I remember I talked about it a good bit though, without saying what it was. I used to talk about it like, oh, I got a great opportunity that like came up out of nowhere, and I won't be able to make use of the model as planned, which probably just sounds like I'm taking the money and running with it. And the funny thing is, I know I did have a hater that was hating on me for that for a while. And I felt really bad because I didn't want it to look like that, but that's kind of just how it looked like. Because I wasn't allowed to talk about the specifics. I kind of just had to hope my community got it. And at the time, my community was mostly comprised of people who have watched like the Twitch, really small Twitch indie scene. So they don't really know the nuances of when you're announcing that you got into an agency, you know, like the subtle way that you can tell people, hint at it without like saying it, you know, like so many of my fans back then had no idea that I was hinting at that. They thought I was just hard graduating out of nowhere after raising money for this. I feel like I am cursed that this situation keeps happening to me. You know. I mean, technically it isn't going to waste since it's coming back with the AP. I mean, yeah, now it is, but like for a while I thought the $200 I spent was a waste of money because I didn't know I'd be acquiring Chio later. So I thought I just spent $200 on a model only to throw it all away, you know? I wish I had known you sooner. I didn't find you until a few months before your graduation. I know, it's always sad when someone finds you right near the end of your career or something, you know? Every time an indie graduates, you know what's going to happen. I mean, it depends on the person. Some people do graduate because they're actually quitting VTubing. It's not always because they're going somewhere, but usually if they are, they'll drop little hints. I remember my first graduation announcement going into Pixel, I had said like, something along the lines of, it's just like, for now, I'll see you guys again, or like, look for me. Yeah, I think I said look for me. Like, keep an eye out for me, which is like the most I was allowed to say. Some people saw that and they're like, ooh, I get it, ooh. But then some people did not pick up on that at all. Yeah, there's like, there's VTuber viewers who only watch the really small indie scene where agency stuff is practically non-existent. It's like in another world to them. So they're not gonna get the nuances of it. And I remember I felt so bad because I wanted them to be able to follow me, but I also wasn't allowed to talk about it. So like, that was also another awkward situation, but yeah. Point being though, that this keeps happening to me where I decide to take big steps with my content and it backfires because of something changing. Which like, that's normal for the VTuber scene. I have come to learn. Things change a lot. You might think you're doing one thing, but then, oh, you get an offer from an agency. Maybe you were applying yourself. Maybe they reached out to you, scouted. Or maybe it's not even VTubing. Maybe you get like a really good promotion in your like IRL job and then you decide to give up VTubing for that because it's such a good opportunity and it's in a field you really like. Like, VTubing is always changing like that. I will say that latter situation won't happen for me because VTubing is my dream job. There's no promotion that I want aside from just doing better as a creator. But yeah, that happens a lot. It's just unfortunate though, like I'm not a massive... Somebody calling me? Somebody is calling me. I don't know who that is. I'm just gonna let it ring. I was like, I'm not a really massive creator though, so some of these things can seem like really big blows. Like the $200 that goes to waste. That's not the right color. There we go. Okay, if I can just get the right shape. Ah, that might work. Yeah, I think that might work. For the mask, maybe. Yeah, that might work. The scabbers trying to call Rebbi. Let me see. No, I think it's one of my family members calling me. I just can't answer right now. I'm working. I'll just call them back. Yeah. Your graduation was my first and I cried. I know, it was really emotional. Well, I remember how like certain I was then that I didn't wanna be chill anymore. I was so certain about it that the only thing that made me cry was giving up PogChamp, because PogChamp meant so much to me. I love the PogChamp design. It's so good. And it's rare for the fan mascot to be bigger than the streamer. Like, I made it so Frabbles can be bigger if they want to. So technically Frabbles can, and I made it that way because I liked that fact. But I think it gets forgotten about a lot. Usually if we say art of Frabbles, it's like smaller. And that's okay too, because Frabbles can be whatever size they want to be. Yeah, PogChamps are huge though. PogChamps are big. That's because I'm the little sister for all the PogChamps. I guess not me, just Tia is, but you know. Yeah, PogChamps will be reborn. I'm excited for that. We do have some fun events though first that we will be doing as Rebbi. Not this week, it will be after the fundraiser, but I was not lying when I said I had stuff in the works as Rebbi, and some of it's like gonna be done real soon and happening soon. I think not including events I'm in for other people, because some stuff I'm doing with other people might come out later. But for events that are just mine, okay, I'm gonna increase the size on this. This is taking a while. For events that are just mine, at the very least, we have the 6-month anniversary next month. I was planning something for that. We're not gonna cancel that. We're gonna have that be like a celebration. If you guys want. Well, I don't know why I said that last, but it's happening. It is happening. But if you guys, I guess what I was gonna say is if you guys want to have like a fun time, you can come by. Cause I was planning something for that. Funny thing is I said kind of big plans for that. We're semi-big. But that's happening. And then I have another project in the works that I paid for out of pocket as a big thank you to Frobos. So, that will be coming out soon. That one, I will choose when to reveal it to Frobos because it's more like a project rather than like an event. So as soon as it's done, I can choose when I want to like reveal it. I bet you guys will like it a lot. It'll be cool. It'll be really cool. I didn't realize it's been 6 months already. Yeah! Not every VTuber celebrates the 6-month anniversary. I think it's common in the corpo scene though, so, you know, and I wanted to. I mean, especially because I don't know if Rebbi's gonna make it to the 1-year anniversary now, because I think the model would be done by then. So, I especially like now that we have the 6-month anniversary, so we can at least celebrate an anniversary with Rebbi. Although one thing that's kind of awkward is I kind of wasn't active for Cheeto's 1-year anniversary. So like when it rolls back around to that, do we just celebrate the 2-year anniversary? Like, what do we do though? Ah man, I need to pee, but I'm working on this. I need to pee and I'm hungry. I haven't had any breakfast today. Sometimes I try to eat breakfast before early morning streams, but I did not today. I did not. I have a question. Would Rebbi still appear at events? Depends on what kind of event you mean. Probably not though. If it's like a friend event, then yeah, maybe. If the friend is like open to Rebbi appearing, sure. But if you mean events like conventions, then no. Because I definitely want my more active identity. You know, I think that makes more sense. Rather than like the side thing. You know? I think more people, well, a lot of people know me as Rebbi now, but I also think more people know me as Cheeto. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if I'm right about that or not. Because I've been Rebbi for a while. But Cheeto also had not only more subscribers, but also like, you know, was in an agency and had some, like, you know, I had like connections to Pitbull. So I wonder if more people know Cheeto. That would be my guess. Also, Ross, thank you for the $2 super. Hi, Rebbi. Hi, Ross. How you doing? How you doing? I'm coloring this in. Sorry if I seem a bit distracted. I'm just focusing on it. And resisting the need to pee because I don't want to get up until this is done. Okay, I think now I just need to cut off all the extra parts and then the mask will be good. Let me get my eraser out. Clean it up some here. Super Frank. Thank you. Yeah. And thank you for another $2 Super Rise. I love both Chio and Rebbi. I do too. I do too. I'm excited for Chio, but I am also sad for Rebbi. We put a lot of love and work into Rebbi and the community. I'm just as sad as everyone else to see it go. This is just one of those times though where it's a hard decision no matter what you do, and I have to decide like which hard decision do I want to make? You know? Do I want to make the hard decision to never get Chio ever when my feelings have changed, or do I want to make the hard decision to put Rebbi on the back burner? It's not easy either way, and I had to decide which one was like, you know. Yeah. I think we can do 2 years. Also, go pee. I will on the second. What if we celebrate the 1 year and 2nd year anniversary at the same time? That's not a bad idea, actually. Wait, I kind of like that idea. Yeah. Yeah, because the 2 year anniversary happened after I debuted as Rebbi. Wait, did I say the 2 year anniversary? Sorry, the 1 year anniversary happened while I was active as Rebbi. I think I made a Twitter post about it. Like, when it was practically over, because I forgot. Oh, but, yeah. I'd say the 2 year anniversary makes sense. Anniversaries are to commemorate the date rather than the amount of time, right? Yeah. We could maybe just say, like, Chio was asleep during the first one. That sounds like Chio. Oh my god, Scalfer. But then, there for the 2 year. Which, it's kind of funny is the 2 year anniversary is not that far away if you think about it. Especially if another few months passes while we wait for the new model to be done. It's not gonna be that far away. I think it's May 24th, 2024, Chio debut. Yes, that's accurate. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was thinking about the 2024 and I was like, has that date passed again? Has it been 1 year already? It has. I'm just bad at numbers. Thank you. Yeah. I think 2 years is fine. I know Min recently talked about a 5 year anniversary, even though she stepped away for like 3 of those. Yeah, okay, in that case, yeah, I'll just do 2 year anniversary. We can also, you know. Yeah. Thunder, thank you for the $5 super. You can always do it with Rebbi and Chio. Maybe bring out one on special occasions. I mean, I can't. I do plan to still be active on Rebbi. That's already the plan. But I don't know if I'll bring her out for events or not yet. I don't know. It's hard to say how I'm going to be feeling and what I want to do exactly when it's still like in the future, you know? I don't have answers for everything on like what I want to do. You know, you could be both to just rotate which model you use. I don't want to do that. I want it to be organized. And I think if I'm on the Chio channel, the channel says Chio Chanpi, and I have like the Chio model, but then sometimes I just randomly whip out this other model. I think it would confuse people. Rebbi has her own channel, her own space. And I don't mind the idea of like collab skits every now and then. Certain kinds of collab stuff, maybe I might do something like that. But I wouldn't make it like a regular thing. I think that would confuse people. You know. Okay, let me also go ahead and add shading to this. I would like to. See the lights coming on that. So let me like shading. Like that, maybe? I'm always so particular about it. Yeah, what if Chio and Rebbi made like a video together, like a funny skit? Yeah, I just said that a few minutes ago. You guys keep saying like, What if you did this to things that I already said are either planned or I mentioned it already? Man. There's some things I've already thought, like, oh, that might not be, you know, that might be okay. I do not like that, you know? But again, I don't know how I'm going to be feeling when that time comes about what I want to do. I really don't have answers. I mean, having ideas is not a bad thing. But I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'll do that, when I don't know if I'm going to want to do that or not. I don't know how future me is going to feel about any one idea, one or another. I really can't say anything. That looks pretty nice, isn't it? Great idea, Rebbi. Glad I thought of it. Yeah, it does feel a little bit like that. Okay. Oh, you know what might be funny? What if I drew a little mask on him too? Are we gonna get baby here? About as baby as Rebbi is, maybe. Depends on what you consider babby. This would be funny. Very cute demo so far. Thank you! I'm including him in my thieving activities. I'm including him in my thieving activities. Yeah. Oh my bad, I thought you were just talking about Rebbi. No, I'm talking about like using Rebbi still once we move to Cheeto. I mean, I could maybe do video skits and stuff as Rebbi too, but the majority of my ideas and activity, honestly, like, I don't want to make any promises or anything because I don't know how I'm gonna feel later. So like, keep that in mind when I say anything about this. But if I were to think how it would maybe be, that actually doesn't look bad. I would say I probably would just do like the occasional stream and maybe like a funny Twitter video or something as Rebbi. Because a lot of my if I have like a good skit idea, why would I not use that on my more active account? You know, that makes more sense to me. And some individuals don't really consider them in the future and just kind of, they kind of just rest care of what they do at the moment to see what they do with it in the future. Like someone I know became a VTuber. It's hard to know how you're gonna feel about things in the future, yeah. Like, you can try your best, and I do try my best. And I feel bad that my best, honestly, maybe isn't good enough to know. But I do try. And I really hope that, well, I'm thinking more in terms of like the fundraiser rather than like skit ideas here, but I hope Frobbles know that I'm not trying to host big events like this just to like take money for granted or anything. I know how much we're raising here, and it's no small amount. That's why that's a part of why I thought about it for so long, because I don't want to just ask people to help fund this sort of thing on just like a whim. You know? I think that's why actually it kind of did upset me a little bit that some people thought I was making this decision very suddenly. It's like, I know some people might, but I would hope people know that I put a lot of thought into stuff like this. And like I've said before, I don't like asking Frobbles for big sums of money. Even like smaller big sums of money, I don't like asking Frobbles for. I don't like asking for money. It feels tacky. But something like this, you can't really avoid it. You either fund it or you don't afford it. It's kind of just how it is. You know? Yeah. Well, there are YouTube channels that have one person playing multiple characters for skits or short form videos. Yeah, there are, but they usually just use like either the one model with different colors or it's just like themselves whipping out another character. I mean, I don't mind the idea for like video skits. But like on the topic of character rotation, I probably wouldn't do it for streams. You know, not regularly. Maybe if it was like I had a really good idea or something, I might, but probably not otherwise. Yeah, because even if they're playing multiple characters, you can see that it's still them, you know? You know? I just realized I'd be able to use my old thumbnail to poorly drawn Chio again. Yeah! Yeah! I just want you to be happy, so you do what you need to do. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying my best. Also, I need to go pee. I'm going to go pee. So I will be right back. My throat could use a little bit from yapping anyway. We're doing so much yapping today. I'll be right back. Be good. Coin for Frank. Thank you. Coin for Frank. Thank you. Coin for Frank. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the pee money. Start a fun war. Let's go, Papa. No! No! When Chio's back, and Chio comes back, I can't wait when Orna's like Risa. Would you especially Risa? Oh yeah, I'm excited to see too. I'm excited to see like how hyped everybody gets and everything. Yeah. Okay. We have one more thumbnail to make, and this is the most important one. This is the one for the fundraiser. I don't know what to do for it. Well, you can probably slap Chio's silhouette in there because it is for the IP. You could probably slap Chio's silhouette in there. Don't know if there's any fan art I want to use. Maybe just like maybe PNG maybe? Probably like that, and then with like some colors. Maybe we could throw some confetti in there or something. She has a very strong silhouette. She does. Okay, let's go ahead and let's start. Let's go ahead. We know we want to add the Chio silhouette in. So let's go. Wait. Look what I have. Manga! Guys, have that saved in here. We're not gonna use that one. Okay, let me see. I need a full body Chio silhouette. I have this one. There's that one. What is this? We're making thumbnails for the week. Yeah, unless you meant what is that photo, in which case, it's nothing. Yeah, so we're making the thumbnail for the fundraiser now. Okay, so we have that. I need one of me too. I don't know what sort of picture that we should add. Should I look at Chio or should I look at the camera? Should I take a new photo? I have so many photos, but I feel like when I want a very specific thing, it's so annoying trying to find it because it's not sorted on my PC. It's only sorted in the Google Drive. It's not organized here. I'm curious about the redesign you have in mind. It's not gonna be like super big. The biggest thing about it is there'll be a proportion change, but that's about it. Otherwise, the changes won't be very super big. Okay, I'm gonna take a new one. Ooh, put the stars in my eyes. I don't usually get to use those. Okay. Like that, maybe? Let me take some slightly different head angles just in case I do something else. Okay. Yeah, that may also work. Maybe like one that's like not as turned as much. Oh yeah, that one looks good too. Okay, we have some photos. Yeah. The biggest thing is it won't be like real rompy probably. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, because like I'll show you guys what I mean about proportions. I'll show you guys what I mean. Where is a full body picture of Rebbi? Okay, I actually have one in here. Before I lock in on making the thumbnail, let me just like show you guys. Okay. Let me put my glove back on as well, so I can like reposition everything. I'll show you guys what I mean. Okay, so first let me make it small enough that both are like on the screen together. Okay, and then okay, I'm gonna put their feet at the same level. Doesn't have to be exactly the same, but like roughly the same. Okay. So if we look at these two models, like one clearly looks younger and smaller than the other. You know? True, Chio needs to be more lolly than it is now. That's how I feel about it. I love Chio. The art is fantastic, and she's a cutie patootie. But my personal taste, I like something with just a little bit more obviously lolly. And just yeah, that's my big issue with just bringing it back. Is that I want something more petite than I have. You know, I felt that way even when I was in Pixeling still. I never said anything. I didn't want it to be perceived as like, oh, she hates the model. And I've never hated the model. It's a beautiful model. But I never liked that I was not able to ask for that. It just wasn't something that we were able to do. I wasn't able to get a couple different things on it for different reasons. Rebbi Def looks much right now. She does look much right now. But this is what I mean though, cause like, some people have said like, how could Chio get any smaller? And maybe they're thinking about like the height. Cause here's the other thing, Rebbi and Chio, I made them the same height. They're not the same height in this photo. But that's the big power of proportions. Because I would say that they're accurately sized based on their proportions. Like if you look at the feet, for example, Chio and Rebbi's feet both look very similar size. So I would say that Rebbi, if you were to have them side by side and have them look like they're in the same world and one's not oversized compared to the other, then this is the sizes you would have them at. Their canon heights are the same number, but because of proportions, it's very different. Like visually, there's a big difference. On paper, they're both 120 centimeters, but when you look at them here, like there's clearly a big difference here, you know? Yeah. I would say Chio looks closer to 13, 14. Chio looks more like adolescent, yeah. Which, it's not a bad thing for models to look more adolescent. Maybe I don't have to say that to cover my ass here. I'm always worried people will misconstrue my words. Not a bad thing, but it's just not what I want. Shorter torso, bigger head. Yeah, honestly, yeah, even the legs. The knees on Rebbi are lower. The legs look like roughly the same height. I think they're a little bit shorter on Rebbi. If you look really close, they're shorter on Rebbi. The knees are lower. But like, it's the way that they're drawn. That's my big problem with Chio. Otherwise, I love Chio. I mean, there's some like smaller stuff I wish Chio would have. But it's not like the biggest deal. The one big thing for me is proportions. And like, Chio is certainly lolly passing. Is it weird to say it like that? Lolly passing. She can pass as a lolly, right? Like, I think she's in lolly territory, but it's closer to like the borderline than Rebbi is. Like, I don't think anyone would argue that Rebbi is not a lolly. Meanwhile, Chio might be a bit more debatable, depending on who you're talking to. You know? Yeah. She'll shrink by her foot and have more space in her head for her brain to rattle around. My head's not that big! Yeah. I think the artist wanted it to be ambiguous lolly. I don't know how much I'm supposed to talk about like the actual model making process. But originally Chio looked less lolly than here. Originally Chio looked more like Pippa. That was the first draft that we got. Chio had the exact same proportions as Pippa. And I asked if we could like request some changes. And ask for something too different from their normal style, right? Because we want to be respectful to their style. And Chitty was a choice made by like Pixelink. Was not my personal choice. Not that I'm against it. I love Chitty's art. But just so people don't wonder, like, well, why would you choose Chitty as your mama then if you know she doesn't draw a lot of lolly? Just saying like that was a choice from the agency. So I ended up looking through Chitty's art and found the most lolly drawing that they had done, and we used that as a base to request smaller proportions, and that's where we got what we have now, what you see now. But like, so like, we sort of managed to work within the boundaries there, but it's still not as much as I personally would have liked. I think the face is fine. I think the head is fine. You can maybe make it a bit rounder, but honestly, I think her head is fine. My problem is just the body. It's too tall. And for my personal taste, I would prefer smaller. Yeah, I hope that helps understand where I'm coming from when I say, like, I want her to be smaller. That's what I mean, okay, so now let's actually look at, lollies usually are an old man. What does that mean? wait, lolly/sodas can still be such even though they are old as crap. Like, you've seen the, like, wait, cringe 100-year-old trope? Personally, I don't find that very cringe. It's like, you can attach a body type to any sort of character. I know some people think that, like, oh, she's 1,000-year-old, so it's legal. Like, I know a lot of people think that's cringe, because they see it as, like, a loophole. But it's not really a loophole, because they're gonna make the character that they want to make, and then you just attach whatever body type you want to it. And I don't need a loophole to appreciate lolly. Okay. I'm trying to see, like, what sort... I know I want to put Rebbi on the other side, so anything with you here is gonna be on this side. I want to make it a silhouette as well. I don't know what the legality is of me showing off this model when I don't technically own it, so we're going to... Why is my... No, it's not a... Why is it so... there we go. Not like a singular tiny streak. I wanted the whole thing blacked out. Base. Yeah. A lolly's a lolly. It doesn't have to be ancient. Imagine being in a lolly streamer's chat, calling one of the most basic lolly archetypes cringe, sick in my head. I mean, people can have their opinions on it as long as you're respectful of the VTuber themselves. I think if you think specific tropes regarding lolly are cringe, like, that's okay. Cause there are other tropes that other people might think are cringe when it comes to lollies. You know? Mm-hmm. Yeah. The only thing that I have an issue with, and I have seen this in my, I'll be totally honest, I have seen this in my community from a few fabbos, a few people. Actually, I had some people like this in the very beginning as Chio as well. Is, like, the one thing that bothers me is when someone, like, joins a very pretty obviously lolly-friendly community, and then when you do stuff, like, I'm not even a super explicit lolly creator, right? I don't make lewd content. I don't even make a lot of suggestive content. If I do something suggestive, it's usually a joke. And then very, very occasionally, I might tease you guys with something a little bit more suggestive with my model or something, right? Like, that's pretty much where I am. So, like, I feel like I'm pretty tame, personally. Not that there's anything wrong with being, like, lewd, but, like, let's just say, like, this is where I am as a creator. So, like, if someone joins a very clearly lolly-friendly community, and then they see their creator do something that's, like, you know, maybe a bit suggestive, or even just, like, talking about lolly, and then they're just like, no, ew, why though? And I was like, what do you mean, why though? Why are you here if you dislike it so much? Like, no offense, but if you have enough of a problem with it to make a point and point it out several times, then maybe you want to think about where you are. I'm just saying. I remember when early days as Chio, I posted a, like, I guess, sort of suggestive fan art. I guess other people saw it as more suggestive and lewd than I did. It was Chio. In just like some mummy bandages, like Halloween themed. It was Halloween themed. It was around Halloween time. And like, it was sort of revealing, I guess, but she was sitting on the ground in a non-suggestive pose with like her hands up, like claws, like wow, you know? So a cute, normal sitting position, normal expression. It was not a lewd expression. The chest and privates were totally covered. It was just like some tummy, maybe some like lower thigh and legs, and the feet were exposed, but like the privates and chest were completely covered. So like, you could see the suggestive. I didn't think it was that bad, but I remember I had someone who was an active PogChamp before that, get like really uppity about it. And they were trying to tell me like, this is really inappropriate. You should not be posting stuff like this. And that was one of the first times I had to stand up for my community as a part of an agency. And I remember I was nervous about it because I was always scared I'd like step out of line. You're not supposed to interact with like haters or drama or negativity. But I wanted to make a stand for my community, so I chose to take a risk with management. Maybe management did not care. I did not get in trouble for doing this, but I was always afraid that I might, even though management was actually pretty relaxed with everything. Like, we were free to do a lot, but I was always worried about it anyway, because I'm just a worrywart. I worry a lot. And I remember that I was scared that would be like a thing. It was not. But I chose to stand up for my community, and I was like, I don't remember what I said to them, honestly. I don't remember what I said to them, but it was along the lines of like, get out. Well, actually, I don't know if I responded to them directly. I think actually what I did is I deleted the comments and then made a post addressing like, if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. You don't have to like it, but like, go away. Yeah, I think, now that I'm like thinking back, I don't think I addressed them directly, but I did basically say like, hey, I'm not gonna stand for that, like, yeah. Get out! Pretty much, that would be like the only thing that I take issue with, cause like, honestly, you can be in my community. You don't even have to like Lolly. I don't think Frobbles have to like Lolly. They can dislike it if they want. They can like my personality, but maybe not like the archetype. My only issue is if you start openly complaining about it in my community, and then it's like, I don't want to have to see complaints when I'm just being myself. What do you want me to do? Be somebody else? Then go watch somebody else. Like, at that point, that's just excessive, you know? But as long as people aren't doing that, then I don't care what opinions they have on it. I'm pretty flexible. And I try my best to be respectful. Oops, that's not the right tool. just I meant to use the move tool, not that. Okay, what if I just made like the Rebbi face like super big? And why my YouTube chat just died again? What the heck? I haven't had that happen twice in the same stream in a while. Is this too much? Is it too jarring? It might be too jarring. I'll be like. Perfect. Who is that Pokemon? Yeah, was it the mummy? Oh, yes, it was that. One of the Pogchamps at the time, they left the community after that. Because I never saw them around again after that. But they were a really active Pogchamp until I posted that. And then they went like full anti, complaining anti, trying to make a stink about it. And I'm just like, this might be the first time I've made it that obvious for you. But I forgot what I was going to say. I think you get what I mean though, right? Like, it was there the whole time. It's like people getting mad at Gooda for being like a lolicon. People getting mad at Saba for being a lolicon. Like, do you know who you were a fan of that entire time? Do you know? You really need it spelled out for you. You're not as knowledgeable about what you claim to hate them. Oops. I wanted to move to Rebbi, not the chair. Is this how this PNG came out? I thought I was looking more evenly that way. I might need to take another new photo. Okay, let me get another one. I'm looking too far to the side. I wanna like look to the side, but not too much. trying my best to just like hold still. That doesn't look hyped enough. It doesn't look hyped enough. I need some hype. Yeah, I think a lot aren't even fans of her, just antis trying to slip in. That is true for some, but I remember when she was still good at, I remember seeing, there was one person who was a longtime fan of Goodas, who like was a top donator, supported like a lot. Until someone pointed out to them that she's a lolly, and then they like dropped her and stopped supporting her entirely. And I'm just like, you were supporting her that entire time. You really need it spelled out for you. Some people really need it spelled out. But yeah, anyway, yeah, like that'd be like the only thing I'd be like, nah, don't do that. And like I'm awkward with calling stuff out because I try not to get negative, right? I try not to get negative. I feel like it can ruin the vibe. But actually, no, I feel like I'm better at handling that stuff now because I am indie. I remember if there was something I didn't like as Chio, I would act a certain way. And it's because I didn't like it. Yeah, I could imitate it. Okay. Let's say I'm wow, it took a photo. I forgot the camera was going. Okay. Let's say I'm Chio. Back when I was in Pixelate. And I'm streaming, I'm playing a game, I'm joking with you guys, I'm showcasing energy, I'm having a good time, and then something happens in chat that like maybe someone's being really like problematic, I don't feel like I can call it out. I would kind of just be like, can you guys not do that? I don't like it, and just, it's kind of like making me feel bad. Could you not? Okay, no, thanks. So yeah, what we were doing, we were heading up to this mountain. Yeah, okay. And on the way there, I think I want to stop and do something. Yeah, like I would turn into that, and it's because I was so scared of saying something that I wasn't supposed to in an agency. I did not have a lot of direction on how to handle stuff like that. In fact, actually, I was trained not to interact with it. So, there were times where I would see people question, like, if she has a problem with it, why doesn't she say something? That's why. I was told not to, so if I ever did, I felt like I was stepping out of line just by saying something about it. I was really scared. And it wasn't because management was like punishing or anything. I don't want people to hear this and get the wrong impression. Pixelink was very nice. Management was very nice. Oh yeah, I still haven't taken a photo. I got distracted. I still haven't taken a new photo. They were very nice. A lot of it was just worry on my part because a lot of these mistakes would happen usually on stream or publicly. And I wasn't given a lot of direction on how to handle it. And there would very commonly, like, I would get, like, the public backlash of it, but no direction on how to handle it. So I was just terrified of stepping out of line. And I wanted to be a good agency talent. I wanted to do my best. And I honestly think that fear kind of made me make more mistakes at times. It kind of became a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is also just sad on its own. Okay, I'm gonna try to get a little further. Oh yeah, that might work. That one might work. Yeah, so like I've gotten a lot better at keeping the energy rolling if I have to like call somebody out now. I hope echoes of that those old feelings don't kind of come back when I step back into Cheeto. I kind of wonder, but I've gotten a lot better. I'm a lot more confident in standing up for myself now. I still make mistakes. Sometimes I start saying something and I'm like, I think later, like, should I have just ignored it? Should I have just done nothing? I question myself a lot. But I'm always trying to do my very best. Maybe Rebbi shouldn't be that big. What we need some color in the background. What color should we go with? Wait, what if we go with Chio's colors? What if we use some Chio's colors for it? Oh, that's a good idea. Let me pull in a Chio PNG that has some colors. Yeah, put this in here. Okay. There we go. Chio colors. Yeah. The levels of copium I've read of people not wanting to admit good as a lolly is insane. I think because some people, I even have like an old friend from way back when I was tiny baby indie VTuber. There's this person who I used to be friends with who dropped their friendship with me entirely when I decided to go lolly. Because very originally, I was not a lolly VTuber. I had a more average size VTuber, but I decided to move to a more lolly model because I had the same personality, and I felt like my personality and my voice fit a lolly model more. When I decided to go lolly, there was a friend, they pitched the biggest fit about it. They said like, well, why do you gotta call it lolly? Can't you call it like small tuber or something? And I remember I said to them, like, the model will be the same, no matter what I call it. So you don't have an issue with the model, you have an issue with the word. You know? And like, it's stuff like that just feels like really dumb. Because you say you have an issue with the subject matter, but your problem there was the word, not the model, it was the word. Do you really even have a strong issue with it? Or do you just think that you do? It's really, really dumb. Literally scared of a 4-letter word, no! Yeah, that person still does not like me to this day. Over that. Yeah. I think some people though honestly just don't know what lolly is. Like, they know that it's quote unquote bad, but they don't really know what the word means. So sometimes they find themselves liking VTubers that fit the bill, but they don't realize it because they don't actually know what it means. They just know it's supposed to be quote unquote bad. I think that's where some people are. Okay, let's see. Maybe we could use orange? Maybe the orange and the blue. You should use like Chio colors. Let me hide this. Let's go into the background. Maybe like half orange. Let's see what this looks like. I might not keep it. What if we do half orange and half blue off the socks, maybe? Maybe something like that. I'm trying not to remove too much of the orange though. Maybe? Or instead of that shade of blue, maybe I could take... Did I grab the right color? I don't think I did. Tail color. Oh, I guess I could just grab it from right here. The sleeves and the tail are the same color, I think. I think so. Yeah, maybe like that. I think people associate those colors with cheer. I wish this line was straighter though. The line's kind of messy looking. Can I like, okay, go real small. Can I like fix it? Okay, that looks cleaner. Yeah, that one looks better, I think. I don't know. Something about the way she's like looking doesn't look like she's looking at Chio, though. You made it in the base chapter today? Oh, cool. I don't read the manga, but when it comes out for the anime, I'll watch it. Yeah. I think too many people associate the word lolly with NSFW stuff and only see it as something bad, not for the aesthetic that it is. No, a lot of people do think it's like it's like with furries. There's people who think furry is like only like the hentai of it, and not that it just means anthropomorphic animal character. Like, it can be NSFW, and there is an NSFW side to it, but it doesn't have to be. It's literally the same thing. But yeah, I just find it interesting how common it is. This doesn't look very fundraiser. I want it to look more extravagant. How can I make this pop some more? Maybe I should try a different format. So I'm gonna open a new file. Let me pull the chair back in here. Maybe we should try a different format to it. What if instead I used like a head up picture? Or not head up, but like chest up. And then we need the one of out of me. Actually, no, I want to use a different one of me. I think I have one where I'm just looking up. Where is that? I have one where I'm looking up at a frobble, but is there one where I'm just looking up? I don't know. I might need to take a new photo because I don't know where that would be if I have it. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that might work. That face is kind of funny. It's funny! I see people even get mad about characters being lolly coded, even if they aren't actually lolly. Yeah, they just have massive hate boners for it. But that's where I'm confused if you end up finding yourself in a community that's like I think even if they don't explicitly come out and say it, like I don't think I very commonly said the word lolly when I was in Pixel, for example. So even if they don't come out and like directly say it, like I think normally it's pretty obvious. I want the silhouette to like be up here, but the PNG ends right here. Maybe I could doctor it because it's gonna be a silhouette. Maybe I could doctor it. Just kind of like fill it in down here. I mean, that wouldn't be that difficult. Okay, let me try. Wait, that's the wrong color. Nah! Blacker! Actually, not a bad idea. The tail color? I feel like now if we're gonna use one of Chio's colors, the green off the hair. Maybe? I feel like that has a pretty good energy to it. Yeah. Will Chio get additional lore if she returns? I don't have any answers for lore related questions. I don't know. That would require extra money, which I don't know what we'll be getting. And then it also can take time. And I know several stories of people where when it comes to lore stuff, it gets delayed. So like, I'm also a bit wary on that front. Okay, I'm gonna make this its own layer, just so I don't have to mess up the PNG. I'm gonna try to doctor it. Okay, let's go a bit smaller here. That doesn't look too bad. Well, it's not 100% straight. Although I don't know if they are anyway. Okay, yeah, that's probably okay. Okay, we'll just do the same thing on the other side. Just kind of fill it in. Okay, there we go. That's pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, I think there's like slightly more space on the other side. I want to fix merger. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't answer those questions right now. I just don't have any answers for anything lore related. I don't know what I want to do. Because it's not my priority right now. I can maybe put more thought into that once we actually have the funds for the model, and then it's like, okay, this is happening. At that point, when the fundraiser is out of the way, I might be able to think about it more, but like right now, that's not even my priority. So I have not put a lot of thought into what I would even want, and then again, it costs money, and then also, it can get pushed back very easily. I don't want any debut of Cheetos to get pushed back a ton. I just keep looking down at my silly little face down here. This feels weird making something with Chio in it. It feels so weird. Yeah. Okay, I do think an outline on Chio would be nice, but maybe we should color in the background first so we can make like an educated decision on what we want, what color we want. Like, I don't know if I want to do a white outline or a black outline. If I do a white outline right now, though, we couldn't even see it. Let me get another PNG of Chio in here. Oh, this one's more a standard PNG. I thought I had one of those, but I always lose it when I'm looking for it. Okay, I want to color the background. Oh, actually, you know what might be nice? How about the color of the shirt? It's like a nice neutral color. It might not stand out too much. That's not a bad idea. Can I take a darker hair color for the outline? Maybe. That would be cool. That would be cool. Okay. Layer style. Dark. I forget. No, that's for a black. Oh, I have to get it again. Dang it. I have to get the color again. Okay, I have to be on the proper menu or it won't work. I'm not zoomed in enough. It's so small on my screen. Okay, I think I got the shade. Okay, I have to remember what setting to set this to for a colored. Is it dissolve? No. There's like a bunch of different settings that you can have on this. Is it normal? Oh, so this will make the opacity 100. That might help. Okay, I think it is normal. Okay, it's normal. There's like different settings to like the different colors. White needs a specific setting, black needs a specific setting, and then colored needs a specific setting. Whoops. Okay, that might be pretty good. Regarding the background, let me take a lighter shade off the shirt and let me try that. Actually, I think that's the exact same shade. Maybe. I want to make the outline thicker. I think a thicker outline would look better. Yeah, something like that. Okay. And then we can maybe put like IP fundraiser, maybe? Maybe. All the thieves caught up to Cheeto and she got arrested and maybe had to raise the money for her bail. No! No, I don't know what it would be. Yeah. Sorry, my nose is itchy. When I speak lore, I also just mean like, I don't know, some text in a debut presentation. I just like lore and world building. I mean, you could do lore in a bunch of different ways, but I don't want to promise. I know a lot of people are really curious what I'll do, But I don't have a lot of it figured out at this current moment in time because right now my focus is just on getting the IP to begin with. Once it's like set in stone, we have it, it's mine now, it's set in stone, then at that point, we can maybe figure out, like, you know, what I want to do. But I just don't have answers to a lot of that, and I don't want to start making promises, because I don't know what I'm going to want to do, what will be feasible for me to do. I don't know how much out of pocket I'll have to pay for some of the stuff. It depends on how much we get from the fundraiser. It just kind of depends on a lot of stuff that I don't know right now. So I don't have any answers regarding what the lore might be, how I might present it. And I don't want to talk too much on like artists who are not like super set in stone yet. And I don't want to talk too much about like model details. I do know what the design is. But I just don't want to talk about it too much in the space that's only members. I feel like it's not fair to everybody else who's going to help with the fundraiser. Yeah. We don't have 4-tier multiverses written out. I'm barely. Not the tier multiverse. Okay. This is a good start. It definitely needs something. Oh, maybe like, okay, we should do some text maybe. Krita is awful with text though. I hate using Krita with text. Okay. Maybe we could put like IP fundraiser. Or maybe just the words fundraiser. Let's just make the text white. Make it the font I normally use. Make it bold. Okay, there it is. It's up in the corner. I was like, where the heck is it? It put it in as the same color as the background at first, and I was like, is it gonna make it the exact same color and then I won't be able to see it? I definitely want to add a black outline around it too. This looks pretty good so far, though. Okay. Okay, let's add a black outline. Maybe a little bit more thick than that. Do we want to say IP fundraiser or just fundraiser? Let me back into the text settings. Okay, there we go. So I can always put that it's for IP in the title of the stream. What about just fundraiser? Maybe we can make the text a bit smaller. Maybe we can lower the chair a little bit there. Do you think the fundraiser is blocking too much of the chair? Is it blocking too much? Well, I can't move it to the bottom, then I'll be blocking Rebbi. Oh, you know what else I can add while I'm waiting for you guys' opinion on that? I just thought of something, I just had an idea. Let me add it in. Something I normally use for celebratory big events like this. Confetti! Confetti! Oh, I don't know, does it look too busy now? Is it too busy now? I want the thumbnail to be good. I want it to look good. Is it like MS Paint with text? This is Krita. It's a photo editing software. Papa's ready to raise $1 billion so maybe we can have the best review ever. $1 billion would certainly be a lot. The billionaire. Maybe on the side. Nah, I took this photo specifically with the idea of putting her in the front. I can make her smaller. I can make her a little bit smaller. I wouldn't go too much smaller, but we can make her a bit smaller. I do think that helps a bit. You can see more of the collar now. I think that the text can be smaller. I do think we can make the text smaller. We could probably make the outline smaller too, now that the text is smaller. Layer styles. Like that, maybe? I think it should still be smaller. Maybe like there. Like that? I can see this being on YouTube. Yeah, I feel better about it now that we've like resized some things. That color is indeed iconic. Thanks! That was my choice to add it. Yeah! A lot of the things that I picked for Chio, I really liked the collar. Here, let me open up this photo of Chio. I'm not gonna keep this in the thumbnail, but let me just like open it up. Let's take a look. I remember the collar was my idea. I really wanted there to be a collar. Man, I'm gonna have to go back to everyone asking, like, what's with the collar? What's the fashion statement behind that? Is it a fashion statement? People always had so many questions about Chio, and I don't understand it. What kind of dinosaur are you? Oh, are you an Oni? Why are you wearing a collar? What's up with that? Silence, peasant! No more questions in the presence of Chio. But I remember I added the collar. Oh, the raw on the shirt. Originally, the shirt was blank in the first version of the design, and I felt like it needed something. So the raw on the shirt was also my choice. I think I picked the little baubles in the hair, like the hair ties with the pigtails. I picked those. What else did I pick? Oh, the pointy ears. I wanted pointy ears. I also picked to have them droop when I got like sad. I really like the ears. The fact that they have the ear physics, very cute. Very cute. Yeah. Oh, the freckles. The freckles. That was my choice. I wanted to make sure that there were sharp teeth on it, so the sharp teeth was also my choice. I had a lot of influence into the design and stuff. Yeah, I'll just wait for the questions until she comes back. No, those are questions I'm gonna get after I come back. Because those are questions I just kept getting. Over and over and over. Well, I think the one that confuses me the most is the collar questions. Like, isn't that confusing, wearing a big collar? It's a VTuber design. There doesn't have to be lore behind the collar. I just wanted a collar. There honestly is no lore behind it. But I got that question so often. I think I used to jokingly say that, like, this is from when I was in the basement. Tora P had me, like, chained to my room and I broke free or something. But like, really, though, there was no lore decision behind it. I just thought it looked cool. Answer to most of those, it's just cute, bro. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. Well, I plan to tell people. Well, I don't know if this is actually a good idea. You guys can tell me if you think this is a bad idea. But I plan to tell people who ask what kind of dinosaur I am, they asked like, oh, are you a dinosaur? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a dinosaur. And they asked like, okay, but what kind of dinosaur? And I say like, just a dinosaur. And they asked like, what kind though? I'm just gonna be like, curb thigh autism. Shut up. I gave you the answer the first time. Either accept it or go away. Why are your shoelaces that color? And I'll probably be like playing a game where I'm like bust up like I am right now on the screen, right here. And I'll be like, you can't even see my shoelaces, what the heck? Very curious what species. I've been a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The thing is, I always thought it would be cuter to just say dinosaur. I never wanted to get caught up in the details. I just wanted dinosaur, you know? I'm a dinosaur, that's it. I don't want to get all specific. Because the problem is when you start getting specific, then people might break it down even more specifically. What if I say that there's something I like to do or that I want to do and people are like, but that kind of dinosaur doesn't do that. You said you were a so-and-so whatever dinosaur. They don't do that. And then I'm just like, I'm just trying to be here. I'm just trying to be. Let me be. That's why I don't want to get caught up in lore and details. Because people just keep breaking it down further. And I think especially being a dinosaur, have you seen how specific dinosaur autists are? It's not necessarily a bad thing. I just don't want to deal with it. I'm being totally honest. I don't like the constant questions. It always bothered me as TO2. I hated it. But I don't get as many questions as Rebbi, thankfully. But like that's something I'm not really immensely prepared for when I go back. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna go back to all those questions again. Yeah, T-Rex don't play Deep Simulator here. I feel like I'll talk about how much I love garden salads or something, and they're gonna be like, huh, but you're clearly a carnivore. They don't eat garden salads. And I'm just like, shut up, bro. Okay, actually, people would do that when I said I don't like bones in my meat. Or when I said I don't like pink meat, they'd be like, but you're a dinosaur. As if other dinosaurs don't eat meat at all, but like, I never specified what kind I am. You know? There might be some things like the sharp teeth implying carnivore or whatever, but like, I'm still me. I don't want to have to play around with things I like to fit people's lore aesthetic vision for who they think I am. I like garden salads and no one's gonna take that away from me. Oh, you think I should eat meat? Okay, well the next meat I eat is gonna be yours if you don't get away from my salads, man. Wait, that could be misconstrued. Not in that way though. Yeah, and so you can tell them you're a Chiosaurus, but then they'll be like, that's not a real dinosaur? No, yeah, they will, because I get that as Rebbi sometimes. People ask what kind of frog I am. If I say bubble frog, like, I've had at least 2 different people respond with, that's not a real kind of frog, though. What kind of frog are you really? Like, I've had 2 different people tell me that. And I'm just like, use your imagination. It's a freaking VTuber. It can be anything. Where is your sense of whimsy and imagination? But yeah, like those are all the different things that like, I think I also wanted the bandages too. I feel like the bandages were my decision too, but I can't remember entirely. Yeah, there's a lot of things that went into Cheeto. Oh, I know, like I wanted to have like thin slits and stuff on the eyes. Although I wanted that when I got mad. I wanted the angry expression to be like the eyes get all like woof, you know. I did not get that. I wanted it to be really intimidating when she gets mad. Like I wanted the slits in the eyes to go real thin and maybe even add like some red color in there, like really make it intimidating. That's what I wanted, and I did not get that. I also wanted the collar to have like spikes on it. But I guess that was too much detail for the animation studio? Because my model's already busy enough? Yeah, there was, yeah. And of course the proportions that I talked about earlier. Yeah. Oh, also! Okay, this wasn't really my decision, but Chio's hands were originally way bigger than this. She had like yaoi hands when she came out of the fryer. It was... They're still kind of big for the arms, but they used to be even bigger. Look at these like witch fingers. I loved my yaoi hands. They were very big originally though. They were even bigger! I told my management, like, can you please ask them to take away the yaoi hands? People are gonna make fun of my yaoi hands! Yeah. No, you can't do that. That's not real. Person is watching an animated drawings move on a screen emulating sunlight with 3 colors. I don't know, right? People are weird about it. It's to make up for only showing one hand. But actually that kind of reminds me is like, apparently, I remember one of the podcasts told me that when they would skeb art for Chio, there were some artists that didn't understand the sleeve and they thought this was just like a massive dinosaur arm. Like they didn't realize it was a sleeve of a shirt. They thought I had a human arm on one side and a massive dinosaur arm on the other. I'm like, I know I have a tail, but does the shading not look like a shirt? Like this looks like folds and wrinkles in a shirt. That's not a massive dino arm. Would actually be a little cool if you had a huge mortal arm. Yeah, I'll make that the toggle. It becomes like the massive mortal arm. Yeah. Yeah, actually I still need to organize all the expressions and toggles I want her to have. Ooh, this is my chance. I'll also be able to like take off clothes and stuff. I'm so excited. I'm gonna get everything I wanted on Chio that I wasn't able to have. No, I never talked about this, but one thing that made me sad, actually maybe I did talk about this. I can't remember if I did as Chio or not. But one thing that always made me a little sad, is that every other person in Chronicle had a toggle either for their arms or their clothes or something, like they could take off a piece of their clothing or they could move their arms differently. I had none of that. I had only expression toggles and nothing else. I was a little sad because, I definitely requested some toggles, but due to time constraints, we just weren't able to get it. So then I ended up being like the person with the most basic model. The most basic model in the whole gen. It didn't make me that sad, but like sometimes I would be like, oh, I wish I could do something cool. Chio has the Chuni demon arm. No! She does have the yaoi hand though. But the power of yaoi hands. Yaoi compels you. They knew you would have been too powerful with all that control. Now it's time constraints. Time constraints. Yes, stuff gets delayed and stuff happens a lot behind the scenes. Like, it's so common, and we definitely faced our own share of that. So I wasn't able to get everything I wanted on the model. Yeah, to be honest, the special toggles don't really help out that much of anything. I find the ones who move the hands out of anything inconvenient because they can get in the way, like gaming. I think it depends on what it is. But as far as like clothing toggles, like that's not a problem. I take my jacket off all the time. You know, like that's what I mean. Or like, oh, I could put the hood up. it looks weird with my braids, which is why I don't normally wear it with my braids, but like I can put the hood up, you know? Or I can put my bangs up, like stuff like that. That's what I mean. Like it depends on what it is. There's some toggles that don't get used that often. And actually, I've always been very, very particular to make sure that I pick expressions and toggles that I think I will use often. I'm not perfect because like I have these eyes and I barely ever use them. The swirly eyes that I never use. But like, I try to be mindful of like, what am I actually gonna use, right? And the one example that I always think of, which is really funny, is like when Amelia Watson got a second, I think it was her second outfit, she got a butt scratch toggle. When, besides that debut, did she ever scratch her butt? I love the idea, but how often are you actually gonna use it? It's sad because it's a fantastic idea. It's so funny. Yeah, it's so funny. But like, if you're like gaming, like, is anyone really gonna notice your hand going slightly behind you to scratch your butt? Like, that's like a full body. You're showing off the full model sort of thing. I forgot about that. Yeah, she's the butt scratch toggle. Yeah, it's a great idea. It depends on what it is. You don't often get to use it that much, right? Like, you don't always get that much use out of it. So like, I always want to make sure that like my toggles are stuff that I'm actually gonna use, you know, pretty frequently. You know. Like Frabo! Hey Frabo! Yeah! I should have Frabo more often. I feel like I haven't in a while. Except for like a little bit. Sometimes I forget about my toggles. Sometimes I forget about them. Man, the butt scratching should be an idle animation. Just randomly, she just like scratches her butt at random. Okay, what do you guys think for this as the thumbnail though? This looks pretty festive. This looks pretty clean. Don't you think? Don't you think? Fundraiser. It's got the big Cheeto. It's got Rebbi looking like an excited cutie. And it's got confetti, colors, festive. And a background that's not too distracting or anything. I like the thumbnail a lot. Yay! Okay. Let me go ahead and save it. Fundraiser. I'm gonna get the waiting rooms up sooner this week, cause last week I accidentally waited 2 days to get I was really depressed at the time, so I didn't get the waiting rooms up as soon as I normally do. But this time, we definitely will be getting them up. I think in that sense, outfit toggles are most worth. Yeah, the thing about Chia though, is like she also did not have a full. I'm gonna have to like break immersion here to like talk about models again. But she did not have a full body underneath. So like, I could not have her take off the sweater. It would be a void. Meanwhile though, Rebbi, let me just be very careful here. What buttons do I have this set to again? I always forget. Oh yeah, here it is. I can take off all the clothes. Be very careful about that. But yeah, I can do. There is 100% of base underneath all the clothes. Chia did not have that, which made extra toggles like that, I guess, hard to do. You know. Yeah. That was the toggle of that tweet a few days ago. I love it. Eh? Oh yeah, the legs. Yeah, that is that. I like forgot. Like, did I use that toggle recently? I did. Yeah, the knees appreciation. Which, funnily enough, it ended up looking more suggestive than I meant it to. Like I actually do just really like knees and wanted to do a knees appreciation post. But then when I took off the clothes, it kind of, you know. Fundraiser. You misspelled Ronfazer. No, you guys are making me like double check and second guess my spelling. It is spelled correctly, right? Oh, the kneecaps. Yeah, I think knees are cute. You know, I think feet are cute too, but there's not like a fetish around knees. Well, actually there might be, but it's not nearly as widely spread. I just think knees are really cute though. I wanted to do a knees appreciation. Yeah. She got the void. No, really, if I were to take off the clothes on Chio, she has a little bit of like chest, but it's like cut off. No, actually no, it's not cut off above the boobs. I think it cuts off like below where the boobs would be. Not that Chio had boobs, but just like trying to explain where it went. It went down some, but then it got like cut off. She had no tummy. There's no tummy on that model. No belly button, no tummy. She only has one full arm. The other one underneath the sleeve is non-existent. And there's absolutely no legs underneath because the stockings go all the way up. There is no legs underneath the stockings. There's no feet. Yeah, there's no feet. Nothing. Yeah. She pretty much has what you can visually see. And you can see like some leg skin on her legs because the tights are ripped and stuff. But that's like the same layer as the leggings. They're not separate, so yeah. The real question is if the base model is Barbie doll, smooth, or detailed. It's Barbie doll. I remember, actually, I'll tell you something. When Emmy was drawing Rebbi, she asked me, like, do you want, like, privates? Do you want details? And I said, like, well, I'm not gonna make that kind of content, so nah. I will say though, the 3D model, the 2D model has no details. The 3D model does. There's no nipples, but there is a coochie on the 3D model. I cannot show you guys, but it is there. I was very surprised to see it. I don't know why they added it. I did not ask for it. Doko did not ask for it because I remember I asked about it. And then he was like, I didn't know that was there. The modeler themselves just added it. Maybe it's standard. You said no. I wasn't gonna use them. What's the point? Do you guys want Chio to have privates? Would that make you happy? You guys still aren't gonna see it though. It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. I don't make content where you guys would see that. You guys just like knowing it's there. I get like my crotch real close to the screen, and you're just like, I know there's a coochie under there. I know there's details. I can smell them. Okay, but let's go over our 3 thumbnails because we're done now. We have the Yap thumbnail. It's very simple. It's not much to see here. We have the Thief Simulator thumbnail. Yeah, we're both wearing the mask this time, not just me. And then we have the fundraiser thumbnail. I'm so excited for the fundraiser. Seeing the thumbnail just makes me even more excited. I'm nervous too, but I'm really excited. Yeah, even if you guys like cannot donate or anything, if you're able to stop by, even just for a little bit, then I would really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Or like if you haven't shared like the post about the fundraiser on Twitter, if you have Twitter, I know not all my friends have Twitter, but if you do have Twitter and you can like share it and like comment on it and interact with it, push it around in the algorithm some more, that would also, I appreciate all the support. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Alright, got my drawing tablet put away, got my keyboard back here. Yeah. What the Becky? I mean Haggy. Yeah, it's the thought that counts. Oh, really? Yeah, you guys would like knowing that there's actually privacy and stuff. Sorry for ruining your immersion about the old Chio model and maybe the Rebbi model too. At least the Rebbi model does have an actual base underneath it. Like. Okay, wait. Can I like do this without showing anything? Maybe not there. But it's the buttons for it. Yeah, there's like an entire base underneath. I have feet. I have legs. The legs go all the way up. I should not go up anymore though. Cause YouTube would get mad at me. There's like an entire body underneath. Oh yeah, I'm not going back into the corner now. We're done with the thumbnails. Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of freckles. Some of the freckles you don't even normally see because they're covered by the suit. But I just came back. Hi, welcome back. Yeah. I plan to also ask, well that was another thing, if I were to go with Chidi, is like, it's already a more expensive model, because I expect it would cost like a few more thousand, but like Chio did not have a full base and I do want a full base. It makes it easier to like, put on other outfits and stuff, and I just like knowing that it's complete. But if I do ask for a base, it usually costs more, which means it would be even more expensive. Yeah, I remember a certain suitless coat-only picture. No, you don't. I've never posted anything like that. What are you talking about? I thought it was like gaslighting again. Don't you know that's bad? Yeah. I guess it would be good for new outfits. Just saying, someone's like, Mommy, for Halloween. Just kidding. No, actually, that actually is a good point, though. Joke aside, that actually is a good point. Is it does make it easier for new outfits later. Because, like, let's say I were to get a new outfit for the Chio model, it would depend on what's covered. Because if there's anything that would be... If there's anything that would, like, reveal an area where Chio does not have a body underneath, it would need to be drawn to cover it. So having like a full base from the beginning makes it easier later on the artist, because all they have to do then is draw the outfit. They don't have to draw any extra body parts or anything, you know. Then Chio in a hoodie. Maybe. I don't think I've ever told you guys this either. I actually like actively avoided Chio getting put in a hoodie during the development. Because if you Google right now, dinosaur anime girls, so many of them wear hoodies. Not all of them, but like 95% of dinosaur girls, and also dinosaur VTubers too. Sorry, Skiddo, have either a hoodie or a jacket. And I decided like, nah, I want to be different. Sweater. That's why Chio has a sweater. Yeah, so like maybe, yeah, I remember I actually got mad at that too, because there was that like Chio ripoff that someone tried to sell on Twitter. If you didn't see that, yeah, someone tried to sell like a ripoff of Chio on Twitter not that long ago. It was the day that I did my last Majora's Mask stream. Unfortunately unfolded while I was streaming, so I kind of just saw like the aftermath of it. I just looked it up, she's right. Yeah, like 95% of the designs are in, like, you know. Yeah! Missed that. Yeah, no, it happened. Actually, I still have a screenshot. I have a screenshot of it. Okay, wait. Let me show you guys. Okay, wait. First, here's Chio. Right? This is Chio. Here's Chio's design. We've been looking at it all day, but here it is again. Just look at it. Take a good long look at it. I wonder where so many of these design choices came from. Yeah, no, I hopped off my Majora's Mask stream. Okay, so like, I know I got the name like right there on display. But I don't want anyone to like bother the artists unless they do something again. In which case, bother them because this is shitty. But these posts are already gone. All the posts about it are entirely gone. There were many posts about it. One about the sale, some about being harassed because model similarities. I'm getting harassment, victimizing myself even though I tried to blatantly rip off this girl's VTuber model. All of those posts are gone now. There was also an apology posted that's also gone now. But yeah, I hopped off my stream after like streaming for like 11 hours, almost 12 hours, playing Majora's Mask. That day we finished it up. And I had messages telling me like someone's trying to sell a ripoff of Chio, and this is one of them. This is where the screenshot's from. It's one of the Discord messages of someone telling me about it. And this post was already gone. I couldn't check out the original post. It was already gone by the time I got off stream. But I got like so mad. I was like so mad about it. Like I felt like my heart sink, my blood run cold, like that kind of anger. I was so angry that I was shaking. Like my roommate commented on us. He was like, "I have never seen you that angry." And I'm like, I was pissed. I remember like, I don't normally like to get into conflict on Twitter and stuff, but I chose to confront the artist about it. And I said like, yeah, that's my motto. Don't do that again. Don't do that again. Like, that's all I said pretty much. Like, I'm just calling it out as it was because she was trying to victimize herself and saying that like, yeah, it's just a coincidences, blah, blah, blah. And then she responded to me and she tried to tell me that it was a coincidence and that she's never seen Chio's model before. Ever. She's never seen it before. And if she had a nickel for like every time VTubers had similarities, then she'd have so much money if I counted all the VTubers that have similarities. And I'm just sitting there like, there's a big freaking difference between having some similarities and this. There's no way you've never seen Chio before. There's no way. And I can literally count all the designs, things that are the same. First, the horns. I am the, I guess Chio. I guess I could say I too, because it's my model too. Chio is the only VTuber I have ever seen, the only dinosaur VTuber, I should specify, dinosaur VTuber I have seen that has those horns. The only dinosaur VTubers I've seen that have horns like that are usually like full anthro dinosaur VTubers. Not really like the humanoid ones, like Chio kind of is. And not to say that they cannot be used on another model, but because it's so rare, there's one, and that's also paired with everything else. The pointy ears, the collar, the shirt being both the exact same color as my like concept sheet, and like the text on the front, the big oversized spiky sleeves, the bandages. The ahoge is very similar. The fat tail with the red X on it. One of the stockings is literally the same color as well, like just completely taken. The leg warmers, it's like there's too much here. There's too much here pulled from Chio for you to say that it's a coincidence. And I don't know why she even bothered to say that. I straight up told her like, no, don't do that with me. I straight up told her like, don't even try with me, bro. I am not buying it. Just don't freaking do it again. That's all I wanted. Just don't do it again. And I think the worst part is she sold the design while I was still streaming. She sold it to somebody. And she posted saying she was gonna give him a refund, but she clearly is not a very honest person already, so like, I don't know if I trust it. So now I'm also just kind of hoping that no one debuts with this design at some point in the future. I would hope that they saw the backlash, the buyer. I would hope the buyer saw the backlash about it. It's not the buyer's fault that it's a ripoff, because there's a lot of people who did not know who Chio was. But for the person making the design, that's just like, no. And it was especially awful too, because I was already in the process of trying to reach out to my CEO. This was before I got any response back, but I had already reached out.
Thank you.
I had already reached out to my CEO about it. And was like actively trying to get Chio back, so it just felt like salt in the wound. Because I was really sad and depressed about it, feeling like I missed my one chance to get Chio. And this just felt like salt in the wound after that. When I'm actively trying to get it back, here comes Temu Chio. Wish.com Chio being sold on the market. Yeah, the whole thing was just so shitty. So bad. Yeah. Weirdly enough, she did not block me, so sometimes I just go to her profile and just check on it and just be like, okay, I don't see anything, I'll back off. Also, Andrew, thank you for the final super. Rebbi, sorry to ask, feel free to ignore, got here late. Will you be graduating or just hibernating when Cheetos come back, or are you still deciding? I would personally consider it more like a hiatus, I guess. Like a hiatus with some small activity. That's what I'm currently thinking. But it's hard for me to say how active I'll be when I come back. I wonder what that person who purchased the model is doing right now. I don't know. I hope they got their money back, because that's really awful to do to the person who bought it too. You know? Because they probably thought they were getting a cute original design, and it turns out it was ripped from somebody else. Like, I would feel bad for them. I wonder how much that... Did that post say how much they were charging? I already deleted it out my OBS. Let me look at it again on my own. Did it say how much they were charging for it? No, there's no price listed. So who knows how much this person spent thinking they were getting a cute original design, and then it wasn't. That's awful to them too. They ripped off like 20 things. Yeah, no. She seriously tried to tell me that it was a coincidence. Like, she tried to lie to my face, which made me even more mad. And I was just like, get out of here, bro. No. Can I copy your homework? Okay, just change it up a bit so it doesn't look obvious you copied. Okay, except she's not very good at changing it up a bit. Yeah. Yeah, part of me also wanted to say the pigtails, because it is pigtails, but they are different pigtails, so I feel like the pigtails, maybe if you consider it in combination with everything else, but the pigtails on their own is fine. But in combination with everything else, though, that feels like another thing that got copied, but yeah. Yeah. I can't put my finger on it. Something tells me this looks like a certain dinosaur. Yeah, no. Also, yeah, the fact that she put a jacket on it. Like, I was literally just saying, like, I didn't want Chio to have a jacket. Now, yeah, actually, never mind. I'm in support of that. Give Temu Chio the jacket. Give Temu Chio the jacket. Because she clearly deserves it. To have the exact same sort of clothing as every other dinosaur VTuber. No offense, Skiddo. I love you, Skiddo. I love you. My roasting does not extend to Skiddo. the jacket, maybe it could have been unique, but they have so many parts that can be described in the same way. Yeah, no. If it was just the jacket, that'd be fine. Also, the other thing I thought was stupid is someone pointed out they used the same color scheme, and they responded to that person with like, it's a dinosaur. They're green. What other color did you expect me to use? And I'm just sitting here like, any color? Dinosaurs were not exclusively green, and there's plenty of dinosaur VTubers that are not green. Skitter's not green. Skitter's over there rocking that blue, like the star that she is. It doesn't have to be freaking green. I know another dinosaur, Starboy Blue. He's also blue. It's in the name. They're not all green. Although green is not the issue. You can have other. There's other green dinosaur VTubers. I'm like very confident. That's not the problem. But like if you check like the colors, like the shirt color, like the base of the shirt is literally 1-to-1 the exact same shade as on Chio's concept sheet. Like that's the kind of color copying we're talking about. Not the fact that you used green. It's the same shades on the same parts on the same type of clothing. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, I think it's reasonable for someone to not know who Chio is, because I heard from Weezumate back to a bunch of individuals know him but don't know who Arisu is, and those individuals call him Weezu. No, don't call him Weezu, no. I'm not I missed the thumbnail making, managed to come by at least. Yeah, we're still yapping. This has been a long thumbnail making stream though. 4 hours? Whoa. Yeah, honey is yellow. Yeah, Bonnie is purple. Yeah, dinosaurs come in all sorts of colors. Yeah, I know some red dinosaur VTubers I've seen around too. Like, they can literally come in any color. We don't actually know what colors they were anyway. Yeah, no, that is true. But, if you even want to consider just like the old depictions of them, like really old depictions of them even, not even counting modern depictions of them, they come in all different sorts of colors. Like, they're not all green. They're not all green. Can't wait for another Dino collab with Chio, Skiddo, and Honey. Maybe, we'll have to see. Last time I heard, like, Honey kind of... I don't know, I heard Skiddo is doing another collab with... Actually, wait, is that scheduled out yet? She told me she was in talks to maybe do another collab with her, but Honey kind of like, I don't remember if she fully graduated or if she went on hiatus because she's focusing on like school stuff. So I don't know if that'll happen for sure or not. Let's see. When even the hex codes when the colors match, you know someone is telling telltales. Yeah, no, it was literally the exact same color. Yeah, and again, I don't want anyone to like send hate to this person. Unless they try to do it again, in which case, feel free. But like, all that I ask is that they don't do it again, so if they don't do that, then, you know, whatever, but if they do it again, whether to me or even somebody else, like, you know, we have the name. I'm happy I have a screenshot because she tried to wipe everything, but it didn't work. Yeah. And now that I actually do have a shot of getting Chio back, if I can be totally honest, this is not at all like even a remotely decent sized reason for me getting Chio back. This is a really tiny sliver of a reason. But now I also get to spite that artist. Frick you! Now Chio is back! Frick you, lady! Frick you! Yeah. Wonder how long until VTuber Frog Girl design comes out. I would hope it looks nothing like mine. Actually, most Frog VTuber designs that I see, they don't look like mine. Like, mine kind of feels more like honk. Mine kind of feels more like Monster Girl-esque. And that's because I don't like, my personal opinion, this is just personal taste. I don't like when there are like animal VTubers who barely resemble the animal that they barely have like the features of the animal that they're representing. Like sometimes it's like only on their clothes, and if you took their clothes off, they don't really look like that animal anymore. Personally, I don't like that. So when I had idea for Rebbi, Ryan designed most of it. Ryan came up with the bulk of the ideas and designs, but some of it was mine. I did not want it to be like, oh, I'm just wearing like a frog shirt or something. Most frog girl designs do not look like mine. So actually that kind of just adds feel to it, is that if she did come out with a design that looks like mine, you cannot claim that it is coincidence. Like, come on. None of them look like that. Yeah, the same shade on the same shirt, localized entirely on that dinosaur. Did you copy? No. Yeah. I guess some people also accused her of like using AI for it or something. I don't know if Chio's design was used with like AI. I don't really know a lot about how AI works with like art and stuff, so I don't know. But she also tried to claim she didn't do that. So either you used AI or you copied. Like, it's one of those two things. And you're lying about something new.
And when you get Chio back, will you do a music video of battery acid?
There already is a video of battery acid. Mine is a cover of Cheetos. Whoa. Hi, Hips Lord. Thank you for the $3. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. The only frog VTuber I know is Lily Hops, but she insisted last time I heard that she isn't a frog girl. Yeah, there's like frog girls, like girls who like frogs, and then there's frog girls, like girls who are frogs, you know? Yeah. So it also really depends. It really depends. You know, like I know Sleepy as well has some frog motifs on her design, but she's also not a frog. And you can do that. You can do whatever you want. Like you don't gotta listen to Rebbi's opinions on designs. You can do whatever you want with your VTuber design. That's just my personal taste. Yeah. So yeah, Rebbi is very, very, very unique in how she looks for sure. Chio is too. Yeah, Boto. Your design feels very kimono mimi to me. Yeah, it is very like that, you know. With like a mostly human looking design with some animal features. It's pretty much like that. Yeah. Chio is definitely not AI. No, I'm not talking about Chio being, oh wait, unless you mean the ripoff. Back in the day, I believe the AI was in that advanced compared to now. It doesn't even look like it. How can you claim that it's AI? It's not. Are you talking about my Chio model or the ripoff? Because I was talking about the ripoff. Like people were saying the ripoff that the artist made. Like, I think people. I don't know. I didn't see how the discussion started because the first post was already deleted. By the time I hopped off stream, so I don't know how the discussion started. I assume it's looking for an explanation as to why the designs are so similar, and she's trying to claim she didn't rip it off. So I would guess that at that point, the only other thing people could think of is that AI was used. But I don't know. But either way though, whether AI was used for that or not, they're lying about something because they both claim they never saw Chio and didn't use AI, so there's a lie in there somewhere. But yeah, I don't know. It was just really, really frustrating to see. I was so upset, like hurt and angry, and frustrated especially. Oh, I was talking about how I at least heard that the ripoff creator claimed that Chio was AI, which it not. Yeah, I didn't think so either. Like I saw people apparently claim that because I saw that they had responded to that, apparently. They responded and like said stuff against it. No, I don't think ripoff Teemu Chio is AI. I think Teemu Chio is just a ripoff. Yeah, I think it's just a ripoff. But like, man, yeah, it really hurt because I felt so powerless in getting her back at the time. Thankfully, that's not the case anymore. Like now we're looking to actually like pick up the model and stuff and the IP. But at the time I felt so powerless because I hadn't heard anything yet. I was actively trying, and then that happened, and it just like, I felt like I couldn't even, well, I think I did talk about it, right? Because I already told you guys I was trying to get Chio back. I think I did talk about it. Man, it's nice now that I can just talk about things and forget about it rather than it being like, I can't talk about that. Rather than it being, I couldn't tell you guys how I felt about it. Now it's just, I probably told you and I forgot about it. You're going to get the Chio channel back? Have you guys seen any of the posts about it? We're doing a fundraiser on Saturday. My CEO did get back to me, and now we're in line to like purchase the IP again. I posted about it in my Discord and on Twitter and on my YouTube. It's everywhere. Yeah, I'm back. You were Chio. Oh my god, all the secrets out. I'm happy for you. Thank you. Actually, that's what we were talking about as well for like the bulk of this stream. Yeah. I've been a bit busy. That's okay. That's okay. I was just surprised to see someone who didn't know. But yeah. This Victoria is alive. Good for him. Yeah. I had a phone call with him. And like, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about it. But I think I've told you guys before, maybe. Some of those last meetings we had in Pixel with Tora, he sounded really, really sick. Like, really sick. Like if I could try to do an imitation of it. It sounded kind of like this. So he come in and be like, hey guys. So get this meeting started. Yeah, it sounded like that. Like, it was really bad. We could barely understand him sometimes. We had to ask him to repeat himself because we couldn't understand him. But when I had the phone call with him, for the meeting, he is definitely still sick, but he sounded better. He sounds like he's on the mend. Makes me really happy. Yeah, no, like, we honestly would not have been surprised if he died, because he sounded that bad. It was crazy. I almost wonder if he was on death's door and he just miraculously recovered. I don't know. I didn't ask. It's not really my business, but, he seems like he's on the mend. He sounded better. So, yeah, I hope he gets better too. Yeah, and I'm happy he had the energy to like have a meeting with me and stuff. Yeah, I think he was really pushing himself around the end of the closure, going around with all of us to do meetings and everything, to get everything done before the closure happened. Yeah. It's really unfortunate that she decided to blatantly rip off an existing character. She is, in my opinion, a decent artist. I just hope in the future she puts that talent towards something original. Yeah, no, I felt the same. I looked at her VGen and stuff, and I'm like, she's got some skill. Like, it's good art. And I don't think she's one of those, like, scammer people in the sense of, like having, like, conflicting art styles. I don't think so. I'd have to look again. But, it seemed consistent and seemed good. It's really assumed that she would do that. Or if it truly was an accident. If it truly... It's not. But, like, let's say in the case that you have it where it is an accident, somehow, like, you could just be honest about it. But I think the thing is, I think she didn't want to be honest about it because she knew she had copied. If I were to make a guess, if I were to guess, I think that's what it is. You can't own up to it because you'd have to be honest that you did copy. So she just tries to not be. But like, I talked earlier about like how much influence in the Chio's design I had and what all were my choices for Chio's motto. So when I look at this rip-off design that happened, I see my design choices in that design. So you can't look me in the eye and tell me you didn't copy. Because I look at this and I see my design choices. Yeah. Any idea what the old Chio model would cost if you were interested in buying it? 4,000. roughly around that. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to give out specific numbers, but yeah. If we were not getting the new model, then the cost of everything together would be roughly the same. Unfortunately, it's a little cheaper getting a whole new model. It's crazy! It's crazy how getting a whole new model from people who are maybe lesser names but are amazingly skilled. And it's amazing what a price difference it is in. You said roughly, yeah, roughly. But yeah. I dropped the price by a good few thousand by not getting the model, but I do need a model to use. So we are still paying for a new one that kind of brought the price up a bit, but it is cheaper than if I were to get the original one. Brand names really increase the price of things. It does. Like, you're paying for the name a lot of time. Yeah, and the person is also like, some artists can be really busy. Some artists can also be really picky with the people that they choose as well. I don't know. Like, I know some artists only work with agencies as well. I don't know if TD only worked with agencies. But if they do, then there's even the chance that, like, they might not even take the commission, which is fair. Like, I think artists should be able to work with whoever they want. I think it's their choice. I don't think that would be the case with Chidi. Because I already was, like, a Chidi child, so I don't think that would be the case. But again, like, there's other reasons why I can't go with them as, like, the model mama again. Yeah. They're not even taking commissions right now. Yeah, I love how Pixel gets closed, but they're still kind of active on Twitter in some way. Yeah, that's my manager. They were one of the best parts about being in Pixel. They're hardworking, they're honest, they try their best to do right by everyone, and they're funny. Sometimes he does go onto the Pixel Twitter and just, like, post about it. He told me he might do that for Chio coming back too, and I'll be like, if you do it, I'd love to see it. Yeah. I think to some extent the price depends on popularity. People who have more demand can charge more for the work. That is true. So I was shopping around at different, like, models and stuff, and I found some artists that are like, woo, like, oh, hello. Yeah, will you unlock all the member stuff at a later time if you're moving activities to Chio? Since memberships on here, I guess. Yeah, the membership stuff will probably, like, become public. It either has to go public or get deleted. So I'll probably just, like, make it all public. Yeah. I guess that's because the value is quite high, since, like, cut the cost of commissioning the mama and papa, and I guess also how iconic and popular the model is determines the price. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. That's what I was trying to say earlier too. Because I have had some people who were, like, throwing shade at my CEO, thinking, like, selling the IP and the model separately, thinking, like, they should all be under the same price tag, but, like, they are under the same price tag. I just chose not to buy that specific thing. Otherwise, it's counted under the IP. It's not like he's trying to sell me two different things. He was trying to sell me one thing. I just chose not to take one part of it, you know? You know? Yeah. So with me dropping the model, it made it cheaper. It still is cheaper, even with, like, new model friends being incorporated into it. It still is cheaper than what we would have paid. Yeah. Yeah, is the Morrows good for this weekend? Nope, I have not been good about the Morrows. To be honest, I keep saying I'm gonna be better about Morrows, but sometimes I wonder, like, I think I'm just not the type of person who gets them up every week. I'm not the type of person who's super consistent with Morrows. I never was, even as Chio, I was not good with Morrows. Yeah, I get caught up with other things and it's easy to forget about. But, like, I wanna do them because I know Frabbles like it makes them happy. And it makes me happy getting to answer Morrows too. Sometimes I only get to talk about something if Frabbles asks me about it through Morrows, and it gives me a good chance to, like, answer stuff. But I'm also not good at keeping up with it. And Another reason I've kind of considered, it's not really the reason I've like, sometimes I do think about, like, just not doing Maros anymore. I don't really want to take it away though, because like, I know, like, you know, both I and Frabos like it. It does also give people though an anonymous way to send hate to me. I did get one like upset Maro about like the fundraiser throwing shade because we raised money for Rebbi and now we're raising money for Cheer. And that's what I want to emphasize. Emphasize that if anyone doesn't agree with what I'm doing and doesn't want to donate, you don't have to. You don't have to. And I know it's a big ask. It is. It is a big ask. And I know things also could have been simplified. I could have bought Chio in the past. It would have made things easier. I talked earlier already about why that didn't happen. I've talked about it on Twitter, and I've also talked about it more in depth earlier this stream. It's just unfortunately not how things played out. I know all of that. I have already thought of all of that before anyone had the chance to say anything to me. But yeah. But like, it gives people a way to throw shade at me, and to be honest, I'm just like, say it to my face, coward. Say it to my face. Although they probably just make a burner account and do it that way. People. Yeah, don't really get how people are upset about it. Just don't donate if you don't like it. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Like, I know it's a big ask, and honestly, sometimes I wonder if I am selfish to ask. But it's either we take this chance and at least try now, or we never get the chance to try. Like, I gotta decide one way or the other. And I chose to try. I'd rather try and have whatever happens from trying than to just not try and never know. Like, I don't want to regret not trying. I don't want to look back and think I had the chance to try, but I pussied out because I was worried about what people would think and didn't try for something that would otherwise make me happy. Like, nah! I ain't doing that. I want to do what makes me happy. I spent too much time worrying about what people think. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm trying to be better about it. And that means that, like, yeah, if you don't like it, okay, have whatever opinion you want, but like, come on, man. Sometimes I wonder if people are just trying to sway me from doing something that they know is good for me. Sometimes I wonder if that's actually what it is. And it's like, come on, this is time that you could be using to support your Oshi. Instead of throwing shade at me. You know? So go do that instead. Yeah. Yeah, that's one unfortunate thing. No one other who recently been majorly upset over it. I think I've been pretty lucky in that I've never been like harassed by a ton of negative Maros. I know sometimes people have had to close their Maros entirely because of it. I have never once had to close my Maros. Even as Cheeto, I never closed them. But I do occasionally get stuff. Pretty much if I do something that some people deem as like a mistake, I guess. Or like a screw up. In any capacity. Or maybe again, it's just I'm standing out and it's getting attention and people have opinions. You know? But I can't avoid making waves for my entire career. Like, I sometimes I'm gonna have to do something that stands out. Sometimes that's just the nature of what I'm doing. You know, something like this, it gets a lot of attention. That's just how it is. I can't avoid doing that just because some people don't like it. They gotta get over themselves. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and I'm not gonna let them talk me out of it. It's impossible to tell. That's why you have to decide for yourself without worrying about the views of others. That's part of maturing. Yeah, and I chose to try. I feel very confident in my choice to try. I feel like this could be a good move. And it is unfortunate that we happened to have funded Rebbi before. And if I could go back in time and tell myself back then how I would be feeling like 6 months later, I would do anything to avoid Frabos having to give me a ton of money. I don't like asking for big amounts of money. I don't like it. It doesn't feel good to me. But that's not something that I can do. So this is just the position that we're in, you know? We either raise the money, we try, whatever, or we don't. And I feel like if I were to have asked Frobbles if I should try to raise a fundraiser or have a fundraiser, I feel like Frobbles would have encouraged me to try rather than like not. I feel like you guys would also have chosen for me to try, so it's not even just me. Well, actually, I say that it was Frobbles' idea to do a fundraiser to begin with. I wasn't gonna ask for a fundraiser, but Frobbles in the Discord were like, fundraise! And then I remember I asked, like, are you guys sure? Are you okay with that? Like, if I get, like, an answer from the CEO, are you guys okay with that? And everyone's like, yes, yes, yes. I know not every Frobble is in the Discord. I know it doesn't speak for every single Frobble, but, like, there was a positive response already. Like, yeah. Are you okay with people mentioning past lives? Sorry for the question. I'm okay with Chio and Rebbi. Outside of that, I'm still deciding. I'm trying to like come about, you know, adjust and stuff, I guess. It's kind of still awkward to talk about. Yeah. I had a lot of aunties in my PL before Chio, because I was a lolly VTuber then too, and people didn't like it. So I've been like wary about talking about it in case they like come back. But I'm also proud of that time too. I'm proud of how long I've been a VTuber, and talking about it sometimes means referencing that. Yeah, we just want you to be happy and want what's the best for you. Yeah, you guys are too nice to me. Too nice to me. Meh. Yeah. Perhaps it's already been asked, will it be possible to donate outside of the stream time? Most likely won't be able to make it. So I have been asked that a couple of times. It's weird to think it in a way maybe will be a PR. I haven't thought about that, you're right. This is kind of weird. But back to that question, sorry. I have been asked that a couple of times, and I'm honestly not sure what the right thing to do there is. Because I have had a couple people say that they might not be able to be there, but also if I open the link for donating early, there's the chance that it could be funded before the stream even starts. Which like would be good for me, but not so good for the stream that we planned for it. You know, if I have to like open up the fundraiser stream only to tell everybody that like it got funded before the stream even started. I don't know, but like the stream is gonna be 10 hours long. I would like to think that's enough time for people to come by at least a little bit. Maybe I may consider opening it like the day before, but I don't want to open it too early, you know. Yeah, I want the fundraiser, even if it ends up getting fundraised, like completely funded in like the first 10 minutes. Like, I still would like that to actually be a part of the stream itself, not like before it even happens, you know? Yeah. Yeah. You don't give any reasons to be mean to you. You're being cute and yourself is good enough to be reason to be nice. I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect or anything. I don't know. I do know some things that people don't like me for. I used to be not as good at regulating my emotions when I was in Pixeling. It was my first time working with other people in such close capacity. And there were some times where I would feel a bit overwhelmed or got a bit frustrated. And I was not the best at like hiding it. I've been told I'm like an open book. I wear my heart on my sleeve. You guys can usually tell how I feel. And then additionally, there was like I said earlier, like how I used to get when I needed to confront somebody about something on stream and I was scared to. I know some people have disliked me because they think I'm overly emotional. They think I have meltdowns. They think they think I let chat ruin the vibe. Anytime I had to like confront somebody and I got really nervous about it, they think I got one guide. I let somebody ruin the vibe of the stream. You know? Sometimes it was because I mentioned a male VTuber friend on stream. Not even that I'm streaming with them, just that I talked about them. It's a lot of really, I don't want to say really shallow reasons, but kind of. I myself, I feel bad about the times where I wasn't able. I want to say when I was like more emotional, this was not me like starting a screaming match with anybody or anything like that. It's usually just that you can tell I'm frustrated, and that's about it. You know, you can tell that I'm frustrated, but I did try to keep it to myself. I'm just not very good at it. I've gotten better since then. I've actively been working to improve in that because I knew it was a flaw of mine. So I think I've gotten a lot better. I still make mistakes sometimes, but I think I've gotten a lot better. But I do feel bad that that was something I struggled with back then. It was not intentional. It was just something I didn't realize I had to work on until I was in an environment when I was working with other people. It kind of blindsided me too. I had no idea I even had that problem because I did not frequently like work with other people until then. I didn't really have close friends before Pixel Inc. It was my first time really working with people. So, yeah, I didn't even realize like that was even gonna be a problem that I would have. But once I realized it was, I was like actively working on it for a long time. Yeah. I don't think any of us expect perfection of me, so don't worry. None of my friends are. We're still friends. Yeah. No, I mean, I would hope that, but sometimes it feels like that. Or sometimes it feels like once you have the negative attention of certain people, all you have to do is like tap the little tip of your toe into a territory they don't like, and then they still throw, like at that point they're just looking for any chance they get, right? Like once they decide they don't like you, at that point they're just looking for any chance that they get. So yeah, like you can get hate over something normal, you know? Stone stream. Hey, we got funded by Provost streamers. No! Mail on stream. Oh no! Yeah, which like be totally honest, I'm not against like collabing with like guys and stuff. I don't have a lot of like close guy friends, so I don't usually, but like if I became close friends with somebody and we wanted to like collab, I'm not against that idea. You know. Just be like totally honest about it. But like yeah, some people really don't like that. Yeah. I'm so out of energy now. I've been yapping for 4.5 hours. That's the tism. I learned that was an autism symptom too, like way after the fact. And then I was sitting here thinking, man, these people really out here hating me because I might have autism. Wow. To be honest, I never worked with other individuals in the past either, which I know I'm gonna need to eventually do with the route I want to go ahead and live. Yeah, social skills are something, like, you're not born with it. You gotta learn it. And, like, most people go to, like, public schools and stuff, and they do projects with people, and they get a chance to learn those skills. That was not my childhood. My childhood was living under a rock, homeschooled, moved around a lot, didn't have a lot of friends. Wasn't allowed to leave the house unsupervised. Like that, I lived under a rock, you could pretty much say. So yeah, like VTubing was my first real chance, even just at life in general, to work with other people. Like I've had jobs before VTubing, but I don't think they were really working. I don't know. I feel like they probably did help me in some ways, but I just needed a lot of time and a lot of effort on it over time to learn. And there's been times before where I've made really stupid mistakes trying to learn, and just like, I didn't have the chance to make those stupid mistakes before, because I lived under a rock. So very unfortunately, sometimes I have to make those mistakes and learn, like, on the internet when I'm streaming. I wish that wasn't the case, but that's just where I am. I can't change the past or anything. Yeah, that's weird and controlling. You think so? Yeah, I think I agree. It's crazy how badly people try to police others' friends. I saw many streamers and VTubers fall out because of types like that, or never stream together again. Yeah, especially in VTubing. There's a lot of people that do not like it when guys get involved. I don't know. That's also part of why, like, I decided I would never be, like, GFE or anything. Well, I'm also just, like, I'm not naturally someone who does that content anyway. It doesn't come naturally to me. But also, I didn't really want to foster a community where, like, that sort of thing would be, like, hated. And I'd have to deal with that. Because I like being able to talk about my VTuber friends. And, you know, sometimes I might join an event where there's, like, maybe other dudes. Even if I don't end up, like, talking with them a ton. Or working super closely with them within the collab. You know? Like, I was in the Vivaria server once. That had guys in it. You know, I'd like to think, like, oh, me being here is okay. It's not gonna cause, like, a giant hate wave. You know? You know, GFB is a slippery slope. The funny thing is, I think I have had people in the past who assume that I do GFB. And they treat me like I do, even though I literally never have. Is it because I tell Frobbles I love them sometimes? I don't know where they got that impression. No! Wish I'd been homeschooled so I wouldn't have become such a social recluse. That depends on how your parents handle it. For me, I grew up incredibly lonely. And went through, like when I think back to, like, my child and teenage years, from age 9 onwards, I remember feeling more lonely starting at, like, age 9. So from age 9 onwards, it was kind of just a slippery slope of sliding into worse and worse depression. Due to living under a rock, having no friends, siblings were kind of into other things, so I didn't have, like, a ton in common with them. And then parents who didn't always want to understand what I was talking about when trying to describe my feelings. So, like, all of that combined was just, like, a massive, not great childhood. And when I first moved out and finally got away from all of that, it was a hard adjustment period. And I think there's still some things that I'm learning how to do, like working with people and how to handle conflict, especially, like, on stream. That's where so much of my fear came from when I was in an agency. Not that management was super strict on us, because they really weren't. But more just that I knew that I was so behind my peers in other ways, socially. Mostly socially, actually. That's, like, the main problem. I guess you could say intellectually too, but that didn't really apply there. It was mostly socially. And, like, it was a really tough time trying to, like, I guess mature in that way and learn and adapt. And sometimes I hate that it had to happen when I was in an agency. Because I do feel like for some people it soured their view of me. Even though I do a lot better now, those people aren't around to watch me anymore. They have no idea. And those might even be the same people who throw me hate every now and then. And it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie and say that I'm perfect. But I'm trying. Every day, I'm trying. Yeah. GFE is very specific, but I assume some VTubers with ASMR are automatically GFE. You definitely aren't. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it's like, oh, she's doing ASMR GFE. I don't know. I don't know where it came from. But I definitely don't try. I've actively avoided it, actually. Which it kind of sucks. Sometimes I want to do something that's considered GFE, like ASMR. I've thought about doing more trigger-heavy ASMR. I like kissing sounds. I thought kissing sounds might be cute. But people are gonna hear that and think, GFE. And it's like, I just like the sound. I like the sound. Why not do the type of ASMR that I like? It's not about providing a girlfriend experience. It's just that the sound is nice. And I like the sound. But I feel like I can't do that. Because it'll make people think I'm doing something I'm not. I think it's fine if you do variety. I won't judge from some of that content. Well, see, the thing is, when it comes to people who assume GFE from the slightest things, you're giving them the slightest thing. No, see, you're a cute girl and you talk with us, so it's basically GFE. It's so stupid. It's so stupid, man. Well, I'm not, there are homeschooled families that have communities where they have their kids hang out, so they still socialize. That would have been so nice. That was not the case for me. In my case, my parents also did not have friends. My dad was better at socializing because he had a job where he would talk to people a lot and he'd go out and like meet people. So my dad's better at it. My mom though was a stay-at-home mom. She still is. Stay-at-home mom. And I'll be totally honest. If you were to ask me, what's the first memory of my mom that comes to mind? I imagine her standing in front of the TV watching TV because that's almost all what she did. An average day in my household, my parents would wake up around maybe 1 p.m. They wake up around 12 or something. Or maybe they wake up earlier, but they only come out of the room at 1 p.m. And depending on what part of my life you're talking about, some of the houses I lived in, we had alarm systems on the downstairs. So if you walked downstairs, it would set off an ear-piercing alarm. And parents would have to turn it off, and they'd get frustrated. So we had to wait for them to wake up and turn off the alarm, usually be around 1 p.m. And then we walked downstairs, and my mom would be kids trying to get food, mom yelling at them to go sit down, mom yelling, I get food, just kind of tune out, mom yelling, and then I'll go do whatever. Mom will make food for the kids, then make food for herself, and then she'll stand in front of the TV for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and then she'll go and she'll do some laundry. She might clean up the kitchen a little bit. And when she's done with those, she goes back to the TV and she looks at it for hours and hours and hours. And then eventually it's dinner time. And then kids are trying to come in and then she's yelling at the kids, get out of the kitchen, I'm about to start making dinner. And then she makes dinner, she serves the kids, then serves herself, and then cleans up and she watches the TV for a few more hours. Goes to bed maybe around 1, 2, 3 in the morning. And the cycle repeats the next day. And then my dad wakes up early in the morning, goes into his office, and is in there literally all day, and you see him maybe once or twice throughout the day. Yep. That's my childhood. Insert a lot of parental fighting, and me sitting in my room, getting lost in thought because, I would spend a lot of time in my head, and that was the social interaction that I got, was characters in my head. Was there any real homeschooling? No, there was, but it also depends on what era of my life you're talking about. Because if you're talking about when I was really young and first started homeschooling, parents were more involved. But as they had more kids, it became more lax, and around the end of my schooling, they just were not involved at all. So it kind of depends. This is the most direct I've ever been talking about my childhood. It's kind of crazy. Normally, I try not to talk about it because if my parents hear, they get mad. I swear, the way I talk about them, it sounds like they're horrible. They're not all bad. But that was kind of the day-to-day. Yeah. You sound like you have an interesting family dynamic. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, my upbringing was very similar, but at least I had school. I had school, just at home! At home! Where, there's nobody else except my siblings. I would spend time with my siblings sometimes, but I think it was easier when we were younger. We would all play games and stuff. When we got older, we had different interests. they all like video games, but they like different kinds of games. I was the only one who really loved Zelda. That was like my obsession when I was little. I loved Zelda. I still do love Zelda. But I was the only one who really liked it. Some of my younger sisters, they were more into babies and baby dolls. They played with baby dolls. I thought baby dolls were creepy. I still think they're creepy. I don't like dolls. I don't like baby dolls. The only time I have ever owned a doll, there was one time I asked for an American Girl doll because my sisters had them, and I wanted something that I could try to play with them with because I was incredibly lonely. So my parents got me one, and then I played with it maybe once and then never touched it again. Because I wasn't genuinely interested. And my little siblings, they like video games, but they like Roblox. I hate Roblox. They like Roblox and Geometry Dash. Geometry Dash is okay, but I can't focus on it very well. There's too many movements and stuff. It literally makes me like disassociate. Like I cannot focus on it. The only one in the family that likes Zelda, yeah, pretty much. Well, my dad likes Zelda too. I actually got my love of Zelda from my dad. When I was really little, he used to sit down, he would play the game. We'd sit like crisscross applesauce on the floor. He would turn on like Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, whatever. He would just play it. I still remember the day he beat Wind Waker for the first time, and some of the things that he said about Twilight Princess that I doubt he remembers. I remember he got to the first boss in Twilight Princess, which is a 2-stage fight. He completed the first stage, and then as the boss popped up again for the second stage, he was like, of course there's more. And if you asked him about that now, he would absolutely not remember. But I remember because it meant a lot that Dad would hang out with me. That kind of just went away though as time passed. I just spent, like, when I say I spent a lot of time by myself as a kid, I mean it. I spent like 98% of the time alone. By myself. So I'm really like apologetic if I ever do something that's socially weird, or I say something weird, or maybe I get a little too emotional and I have to regulate myself. Like, a lot of it's new territory for me. You know? Yeah. I really wonder how one comes to choose to live like that. I don't think it was a choice. I think it was a series of, like, I don't know. I know my dad spends a lot of time in his office because he works all day. I think that's the only way he can support my family. Not that they're poor, there's just a lot of children. So you gotta be really active. Mom, I have no idea. I actually have no idea. I don't know. She's just kind of like that. The creepiest baby dolls are the more realistic ones. There were some baby dolls in my house that I swear were haunted. Like, they were creepy. And sometimes when I was like, they're in the corner of my eye, I swear sometimes I would see them move. My niece has one realistic doll that creeps me out a lot. Like, why would you make a very realistic toy? Is it like those like Unreal dolls? I think those are made more, oh, sorry, I'm trying to pop my neck. I think those are made for more than just being a toy. They also like help people who maybe like they lost their children and they just need something to kind of lean on mentally while they like heal, you know? So like there's like other reasons. I'm not knocking baby dolls. They just were never my thing, and they still are not my thing. I spent all my time alone, but that's because I was undiagnosed autistic and everyone thought I was weird. I wish I could have gotten diagnosed. I don't know. I remember there was this one time, I think I was like 14. I tried to tell my mom that I thought maybe I had a disorder, and I can't remember what I was noticing that specifically made me think that. But I had just like noticed things about myself that didn't add up with other people. It's pretty much what I can remember. I don't remember specifics, but that's like where it was. And I remember I tried to tell my mom, I think I have a disorder. And her reaction was, no you don't, and walked away. So I was just like, oh. Okay, but now I look back and I'm like, no, actually, Mom, I think I was right. Yeah. One thing I remember about my dad was when I was younger, was that he told me in confidence he dropped me as a baby and no one else knew. But that's more of a funny story. But yeah, yeah, my childhood was really not that great. Like, I do love my family. It's just kind of complicated. Well, that's why though, I don't know if anyone has ever noticed this about me, but anytime someone assumes that my childhood was good or that my parents, like there's like big extreme love from my parents, I get really defensive, like immediately. I don't know if anyone has ever noticed that I do that. But I do that. I remember when I told that story on Twitter, it was that like share a piece of lore about yourself post that was like really popular for a little while. I decided to post about the time when I was born, that about how my parents had like the hardest time getting pregnant for a long time, and when they finally got pregnant with me, I was born with a hole in my heart that could have killed me and made my dad cry on the laundry room floor. My mom found him crying on the laundry room floor. There was one comment on that post that was along the lines of like, the love a father has for his daughter is unmatched. And I had to hold back. I did not respond to it. But I was just sitting there thinking like, yeah, you know exactly how my childhood is from this one positive story that I told you, and not the years of loneliness and fighting and I'll never get over the whole time reading that. I thought you said you had a hole in your head. You know what? At this point, I would not be surprised if I did have a hole in my head. You always have some love for family, even if a relationship is complicated. Yeah, it's there. There's just also a lot of unresolved hurt, and it's that could come out stronger a lot of the time for me. Especially when it goes unacknowledged for a long time. You do have a hole in your head. Thank you. Yeah. Rebbi still has her soft spot. Her plates never fierce. No. You know what's funny? It's like, I don't think I ever got like dropped as a baby, but there's baby pictures of me where I guess I ran into a wall and there's just a giant purple goose egg on my forehead. There's baby pictures where it's just this giant purple bump on my forehead because I guess I ran into a wall. Yeah. I once asked my mom if she thought I was autistic. She said no, but she stayed quiet for several seconds before answering. Nah, my parents saved me when the school tried to diagnose me with ADHD to get me to quiet down. They said no. With my family, they thought my brother was autistic. I think several of my siblings are autistic. I think I might be too. But the only one, to my knowledge, that they ever like said they thought had it is one of my brothers who will straight up go nonverbal and just look at you sometimes. Like more obviously autistic. I guess, I don't know if saying more obviously is the right word here. Cause some of you guys, maybe you thought like my symptoms were very obvious. Not obvious enough for my parents, I guess, but for my brother, my little brother, you could go up and like talk to him, ask him a question like, hey, how you doing? He'd probably be like, and then just walk away because he didn't speak to you. Or if he does speak to you, they'll probably be like, okay. And he would be like chronically like that. He would answer you while not looking at you and not smiling. He'd be like, I don't know. I'm seeing myself in your brother and I don't like it. I don't think they ever got anyone diagnosed, but that was the only sibling where they ever were like, yeah, he's probably autistic. I think several are autistic, but yeah, I'm like that. Selectively mute. Yeah, sometimes I don't want to use my words either. But it's definitely a lot less common for me. Most of the time I'll just talk to you. I like being talked to, actually. I like being included. Yeah, I think that's why I like being included so much. I grew up like really isolated, so when someone includes me in something now, I'm just like, yay! Yeah, I'm included! They want to do something with me. They want to talk to me. Awesome! Yeah, I don't know what that's like. Yeah, that sounds like me. Well, I don't know if they ever got him diagnosed, but yeah, it's not bad to have autism or anything, guys. Don't let the haters tell you any different. Yeah. Yeah, in the past, a long time ago, I wanted a young sister, even though I already have an older sister. Man, I feel that. I wanted to have an older brother so bad. I always wanted an older brother. I don't have an older sibling at all. There weren't even any miscarriages before me. I don't even have a big brother up in heaven. This cursed life. What is this cursed existence? You guys will have to all be my big brother. Even if you're like a girl or non-binary, you're all my big brother now. All of you. Yeah. You're all I got. Yeah. I have a relationship with humans these days. I'm painfully lonely, but I just can't stand being around people. No, I feel that because that's me with like people outside my house that I don't know very well. Because I'm such a weirdo. I'm afraid they're gonna be like this is me when I'm around people. Like, I'm afraid they're gonna look at me and be like, they're gonna think I'm weird. I am weird, but when people outside my house think you're weird, it's usually from a judgment perspective, not a, ha, I'm weird, I'm proud perspective, you know? You know? I like being weird, but I don't want people to look at me strange because I'm weird. Yeah. That's what's kind of funny is like, I was at like a bottle drop place yesterday, dropping off bottles for pocket change. And I saw a bug, like on the other side of the building, walking around. And I started like mentioning to my friend, who came with me, getting rid of all the bottles and stuff. I started saying like, there's a bug over there. There's a bug over there. I wish it would come, if it came closer, I could see what kind of bug it is. And I swear the guy next to us kind of looked at me and was like, what the heck? And I was like, I'm normal, I promise. Ah! I just wanted to see the bug. I couldn't tell if it was a roach or a big ant or a beetle or something else. I want to know what kind of bug it was. Yeah, bugs are cool. They are cool. When we were waiting outside because the line was long, there was this bug that landed on one of the bags of bottles, and I like bent over at the waist, like just like whoop, to look at it. And I swear the lady behind us looked at me weird for that too, but I just I wanted to look at it. You couldn't find a better place? Better place for what? Eh? Man, one of the things that gets me super annoyed is people in public who are not aware of their surroundings. Like a couple talking inside the supermarket directly in front of and blocking the door. That reminds me of when I did work in a grocery store. Someone once came and broke the door in anger because they didn't like something. I don't even know what they were angry about. Something petty. And they broke our door! It's not really what you're talking about, but you just reminded me about it. They broke it! Yeah. Oh, that's from my previous message. Oh. I don't see it. Too many messages. I can't read it. I can't see it. Oh, wow. I do that. I literally spent 10 minutes this morning staring at a dragonfly on the side of my house this morning. Yeah! Dragonflies are cool! I like to stare at them too! Yeah, I don't know what kind of bug it was that landed on the bat. Yeah, it kind of looked like a butterfly, but the wings were really small. So I don't know. It was like fuzzy and had a face. I think it had the, what is it called? Proboscis? like a butterfly, but the wings were really small. Maybe it was a butterfly? I don't know what it was. It was fun though. It was cool. Yeah. Being weird is fine so long as you were following the law. Besides, liking bugs isn't even weird. It's weird the way I talk about it, I think. Because I think most people be like, oh, there's a bug over there. But instead, I'm just like, a bug! A bug! There's a bug over there! Hey, hey, tugging on the sleeve of my friend. Look! You see the bug over there? Oh, if that bug came closer to me, I'd get to see what kind of bug it is. Whoa! That's like what I do. And people are gonna be like, Tobuscus? Is it a Tobuscus? I thought it was a proboscis. Why did my Tobuscus message send twice? You're just really passionate about Tobuscuses. Could have been a month of some sort. January! Yeah, that's that book's name now. January. No, that's just endearing. I think it's endearing to you. But if people look over and see a full-grown woman geeking out about a bug that's halfway across the bottle drop building, they're gonna... Oh, Tobuscus was a YouTuber in the old times. Oh! So is it Probuscus? Oh! Yeah! I was camping this weekend, literally had to save a spider from getting killed by my mom! Ah! Don't kill the spiders! Ah! I like spiders. I was on a walk one time, and I felt something moving in my leg, and I looked down, and there was a little spider. And normally when I was younger, I would swat it off and be like, ah, spider! But this time I was like, oh, a friend. And I held my finger down for it and it crawled on my finger. I was gonna put it in the grass, but then it fell off my finger and I was like, oh, well, I guess he's gone now. Oh, you were right. Oh, okay, I was confused. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I'm gonna go camping. I've never been camping before. The closest that I went camping was, one time my grandfather put up tents in the backyard for us to camp in. Yeah, that's the only camping I've ever done. I miss my grandfather, that was fun. He had a big fire pit in the backyard and we would roast marshmallows over it. Yeah! That was fun. But I wanna go like real camping. I wanna like pack stuff up, go into the woods, you put up the tent, roast hot dogs and marshmallows over the open fire. You have to pee in the woods and bury your poop. That's what people do, right? I think. I fend off a bear. I want to fend off a bear. Yeah, punch him in the nuts. I've seen a bear get hit in the nuts. They're not invulnerable to nut hitting. And if it's a girl, then I'll figure something else out. Yeah! As long as they're not dangerous, I like all bugs. Fortunately, we don't have any venomous bugs where I live. Oh. I don't know if I have any venomous bugs around. I still like them, even if they're venomous. I just don't want them near me. But that's how I feel about venomous snakes, too. I get so excited when there's a venomous snake. I would pet the venomous snake if it wouldn't bite me. Yeah, no, I rub the poop all over myself to attract the bear so we can fight. Fist fight the bear! Yeah! It's like the fish orgy that attracted the bears. And then you do the bear fight, bear fisting, bear naked. Yeah. I don't remember the rest of that. Fish orgy. The smell attracts the bear. Yeah. I wanna go camping. Camping's fun. Not done in a while though. Yeah, it's hard to find time for stuff like that. If anybody knows what that's from, I'm gonna be like really, like, I guess impressed. I think it's from a video I saw on a Jacksepticeye's like try not to laugh videos or something. It's this dude doing improv for like 2 minutes straight. And that's one of the things that he says. I wish I could find it. But I think if I searched up fish orgy trying to find it, I probably wouldn't find it. Probably find something else. Yeah. I saw a big fat squirrel while camping. I gave him some nuts. Yeah! There was this one time I was at Universal Studios. I held out a piece of a cracker to a squirrel, and it came up and took it from my hand, and I touched its fur. Not like intentionally. It just kind of happened when he took the cracker, but it was so soft. Squirrels are really soft. That was the only time in my life I've touched a squirrel. And I remember I just went to my mom and said, I touched a squirrel! And she was like, ew! And I was just like, no, it was really soft. I've always been weird. Sometimes I don't know how I'm related to my mom. She's not weird. My mom is very caught up in appearances. And caring about what people think. So, she didn't like how weird I am. I remember there was this one time we stopped by like a welcome center in Florida or something. It was like some sort of indoors, sort of outdoors market that had produce and stuff. We stopped there. Anyway, there were cats. And I saw the cats. And I was just like, oh, Minnie, look at the cat! You know, like how I do when I see a cat. And my mom was just like, stop doing that. Women your age don't talk about cats like that. Which I remember like, first of all, yes they do, Mom. And second, why do you care? Let me Google over this cat in peace, thank you. Are you embarrassed by my love for animals? The theme park animals can get really tame. Yeah, they like the food more than they feel people. Yeah, it's okay. We can treat the bubonic plague now. It'll just suck. Oh yeah, I heard there were cases of people having the plague not that long ago. Did they get rid of that? Both of you to assume I'm a woman, Mom! True, I should have hit her with that, but then she'd probably think I'm a man though. Yeah. Well, actually, I think if anything, she'd probably just be like, "What? You gonna use a label?" I don't know. My parents are weird. They're not against they're not against like LGBT whatever, but for some reason they're really anal about labels. So like for example, like you could be bi and they wouldn't care. Like they'd be supportive of you like normal. But if you said you were bi and used a label, then they could be like, using a label? I don't understand. I don't get it. That is quite odd. I know. I don't understand it. They're against BLT sandwiches. I'm against BLT sandwiches. There's too much bacon. I need some turkey on them. Yeah, I don't know. My parents are weird. I mean, I guess if they're gonna be against anything, I'd prefer they're against the label rather than it as a whole. I guess, but it's confusing to me. I don't know. I kind of get it. It's the difference of someone actually living it out and people just saying a label for reasons. I think that's like along the lines of how they're feeling. I think they just see everyone wanting to have a label, including the people who do it just because it's trendy and not because it's who they are. And then they're just like tired of it. So like I can understand it, but it comes out in weird ways sometimes. Didn't they stop me from playing Sims because of gay people? Yeah, but that's because I was like 8 years old and they thought it was inappropriate. Although me having my straight Sims have sex was okay, but two guy Sims kissing was inappropriate. And meanwhile, I was just like there, 8-year-old frog, didn't know what gay people were because of how sheltered I was. Didn't know that being gay could be a thing. And I just thought my game was bugging out, letting my two guys Sims kiss. I thought I found a bug in the game. I was laughing my butt off. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. Yeah. I mean, you did say your parents are loners, so them being awkward is expected. Yeah, my entire family's like that. I mean, not in the same way as my parents, they're all just awkward though, in their own ways. My sister, who's just younger than me, is also kind of awkward. Yeah. But that's okay, because I'm also kind of awkward. Yeah. It took my parents some time to get used to me using gender-neutral terms, but they got it eventually. I'm glad that they were, like, supportive of it. No, that's me too. Like, I try my best to be, like, accurate, but sometimes the wrong pronoun comes out, and I always feel so bad, because I don't mean to. I'm trying. My brain is just a little slow with pronouns sometimes. But it's not from a place of hate. I'm just stupid. Yeah. Rebbi didn't know about being gay her whole life, so now she's making up for lost time. Hey, I'm not gay. Nah. Although I do sometimes like certain women, so maybe there's a little bit of gay in there. I don't know. Actually, I kind of realized that not that long ago. I was like, that lady pretty. Ooh. So there might actually be a little bit of gay, I'm not sure. Yeah. At least for me, you don't have to worry. I don't get upset. Mistakes happen. Okay, that makes me feel better because I always do feel bad when I realize I used the wrong one. I was like, oh, sorry. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Rebbi. Yeah, I worry too much. Gotta watch those chemicals they put into the water. Oh god, no! They actually did turn me gay! Man, I'm having such a blast talking, but my throat is so tired. And I know, today I have that interview. I did end up rescheduling it. God, my eye is itchy now. My eye is itchy. Okay, there we go. That interview I talked about having a while back, I did end up rescheduling it. Oh, they actually messaged me. Hi. Yes, I'm grateful tonight. I'm really happy that they allowed me to, because that was like, when I was really burnt out. So, I am doing an interview later with Tenshi Hazuki. And I'm gonna post, this is her Twitch link. It is at 5 p.m. PST. So in about 4 hours, I'll be doing an interview there. So I definitely don't want to use up all my yab energy. I should probably head off. But I really enjoyed it. God, sorry, random book. I really enjoyed the yab session. And it was really fun making thumbnails today too. I gotta get the waiting rooms up. People are waiting for the waiting rooms to be up. Yeah. But thank you for like listening to me yap and stuff. It was really fun. It's kind of nice being a bit more open every now and then about like my life and stuff. You know, yeah. That's it. That's all I have to say. I'm really mentally tired. But yeah, I'll be there on Tenshi's channel in about 4 hours. So if you're interested in seeing that, I'll be there. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you for coming, everybody. Today was really fun. I will see you guys, if not later today at the interview, then I will see you guys tomorrow. We're doing another Yap stream tomorrow, so I'll see you then. Okay, bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, I'm gonna get food, too. I'm so hungry. Bye-bye.